My microphone. Okay. Sorry, folks. I had another issue with the microphone at first. I turned it on and decided it wouldn't turn itself off. So, anyway, seems to be working now. So, yeah, we are well, live, I guess. And says there's one person watching on Rumble and one on YouTube. No, it's two on YouTube. So, remember, you don't say who you're out there. We don't know you're out there, other than a basic count. And as usual, I don't know what we're going to talk about tonight. So if you do have a question or something out there, feel free to drop it in either the Rumble or YouTube chats. I think I have this. Yeah, I have this on X as well. I go over there and see if it's showing up on X and see if we got anybody over there watching so I can address them as well. Where is it? Nobody watching over on X right now, so not an issue there. Ow, that was itchy.
Shadow.
Let me see. Can I pop? Yes, I can pop the X chat out. So if anybody does join over on X, I can then see what they got to say too. So, yeah. Hey, Chris from 740 out there on the YouTube side. Here.
That's not too loud, is it, Richard?
I don't know. The TV too loud, guys, or what?
I don't want you to get in trouble for it.
Yeah, my wife's asking if the TV's too loud in the background. Yeah. So. Hey, Rob. Mr. New York Outcast on the YouTube side. For anybody who might be watching on Rumble or X, wondering who I was talking to. Yeah.
Shadow.
Gives us 3 watching on YouTube. Yeah, don't know who the third person is because they won't say anything.
Don't hit me with that. That thing hurts.
Guess the big news this weekend is Zelensky having a temper tantrum in the Oval Office because Trump and Vance wouldn't give him what he wanted, and then storming out. That was kind of funny. Acted just like a petulant child trying to make demands of their parents and was told to go sit in the corner. He wasn't happy because Trump told him that we weren't going to send forces over there to fight his war that he was trying to demand we do. Trump's like, no. Then Vance went off on him for acting completely and totally disrespectful to the Oval Office of the United States. It was kind of good. Joe Biden would have just bent over and asked him how much he wanted. So, it was good to see a leader get strong with somebody once again. not just be a little pushover dementia patient. This microphone on. Getting no comments from. I legitimately don't know what the hell to talk about tonight. That was the only thing that I caught in the news. But it's the whole Zelensky temper tantrum that I thought was of any kind of interest whatsoever.
Gene Hackman died.
Yes, I know. Gene Hackman died. Potentially murdered. They don't know. Found him and his wife in a mummified state, essentially. That was kind of messed up. Cause of death unknown. Their dog was also killed. Trying to think what else was there to talk about. Yeah, I am not prepared to do this show this week at all. It's been a crazy week, as every week so far for the month of February had been. I need a vacation to recover again. Even the vacation Amy and I took wasn't much of a vacation. It was a working vacation. And yes, I know I got videos from the Great American Outdoor Show that as soon as my eye recovers just a little bit better, I'm going to start editing. I may start doing that this week. I got videos from a few different places, including one from Future Forge where they show exactly how they measure somebody's hand for making one of their custom AR-15 grips. So that's probably going to be the first video I'm going to edit and put up on the YouTubes and the Rumbles, because Patrick from Future Forged wants to use that for the company's facts page as well. So as he said they get a lot of people asking how they do the measurement of their hands. I was like, we can do a video on that. And he jumped right on that. He's like, yeah, that'll be great. So I gotta get that video edited for them. Should have had that done a couple weeks ago, but with everything going on, I wasn't able to. My phone is going crazy over here. Why? Just a mobile game bugging me. Okay, so what else? I got a video from Bear Arms that needs edited on some new ARs that they have. They're the ones, if anybody watched the videos I did last year, had the anodized buffer tubes as well as the controls and whatnot on their rifle. They just released some new ones in different calibers. So I got a video with them from Great American Outdoor Show I got to get edited. Got a video with MTR Custom Leather that I got to get edited. And there's a couple more. I forget who off the top of my head right now. But, yeah. Having eye surgery and doing video editing don't mix. I want to make sure I don't have things that to me might look great but actually aren't when I go to edit and do the thumbnails and all that stuff. So. Yeah, slow night tonight. Chris and Rob jumped in right away, and whoever the mystery third person is, and no one else yet. And maybe because Scotsman's live, because he's not. So, I don't know what the holdup is this time. Everybody watching the Academy Awards or something? Because that's going on tonight. If anybody cares. I do not. Bunch of overpaid actors patting themselves on the back, mostly for political reasons anymore. Couldn't care less. Probably do worse than they did last year. Yeah, Rob, but he's used to it, and I believe he had his daughter helping him on some of those videos too.
Lay down, Bucky. Lay down.
And he uses one of those descriptive programs, which helps him position pictures and stuff too, which I don't use because I don't need one. Yeah. Again, if there's anybody new out there, which yeah, my son's already working. Rob, what are you talking about? He's got a full-time job. Problem with him is getting him to get his driver's license. Yeah, run to a Matters out there on the YouTube side. Evening to you. That's four that are allegedly on the YouTube side. I'm kind of skeptical about that fourth person because they haven't said anything. Yeah, this is counting me. That'll be messed up if it's counting me. Bet Rumble's counting me. I don't have the Rumble page open. Yeah, I figured that's what you were doing, Rob. And my oldest daughter has helped on the channel before. She's the one that made my logo. Well, I designed it and she made it anyway. I am so beat feeling. I don't even know why. I am literally trying to figure something to talk about. And being by myself doesn't help. I am not one of those people that can rattle on and on and on to just a microphone. Unless I have a really good topic to rant about anyway. I don't know what all to rant about. Let's see. I can go over and look at headlines on my homepage. See what we got there. See if we got anything interesting. In the headlines department so far, not really. Oh, gee, Andrew Cuomo, the guy who essentially was forced to resign as governor, is now going to run for New York City mayor. He'd fit right in. Apparently, South Carolina is having bad wildfires, and the governor down there just declared a state of emergency for that. Boston's Democrat mayor criticized for offering condolences to family of attacker killed by cop. Yeah, I mean, mayors should not be offering condolences to the family of the criminal. Sorry, doesn't work that way. It's unprofessional. Unless you're giving them condolences for raising a asshole. Gavin Newsom declares state of emergency for brush clearance. Yeah, now's a great time to think of that, you jackass. See if there's anything else. Yeah, it doesn't like there was much in the news or anything today either. Diversity training teaching law enforcement to not say tranny or shemale removed from DOJ website. Uh-huh. It's about time we can start calling transmissions trannies again. Elon Musk demands weekly bullet points from federal employees in second email. Guess prove they're doing their damn jobs. Minnesota man charged with trying to join ISIS faction in Somalia. Cuban man charged with trying to break window on airplane in flight. Yeah, that sounds like a great idea to do. Yeah. So yeah, not a whole lot really in the news today either. Yeah, it's been a slow week. I don't even know if there's any good sales on firearms this week. I haven't really seen any of them either. There was one. Classic had some um, Damn, I can't think of what I'm trying to say now. Damn it, where'd it go? I had that in my email. Where'd it go? As soon as I find it. Damn it. Maybe that was yesterday's email. Anyway, they had some Colt revolvers that weren't able to be sold as brand new because of scratches and whatnot. Minor at that. Some of the firearms, looking at pictures, you couldn't tell, but they had those for really good prices, like the Python, the blued Python, a couple other guns for quite a bit under MSRP. So if anybody was in the market for one of those this weekend, wouldn't have been a good time to get one. Don't get me wrong, they were still over $1,000, but they were nowhere near what they normally go for on street price. Oh, man. Let me see if I can find that email. Yeah, here it is. Yeah, blemished. That's what I was trying to think of. Damn, my brain not worked very good. Yeah, but they had some minor blemished revolvers for good prices. Yeah, we're talking Colt Python for under 1,100 beans. That's a good price on the Python. MSRP on that's like 1,300. Street price, you're looking more around 1,600 if you're lucky. 4 1/4 inch blued for 11.25, which is for the blued Python. That's a really good price. I think these prices end tonight, so if you want to get in on it, there's still a chance. They got all kinds of them. King Cobra for 835, the 3 inch model. 2 inch Colt Cobra for 655. So yeah, make sure you got your beans all tallied up, and you can trade for one of those. Just quiet out there on the YouTube side, so it is in here on the studio window. Like I said, I was not prepared to do a show today, and it's kind of showing. Don't got no panelist. Man. It is Sunday, right? I mean, I'm doing this on the right day. Yeah. Okay. Let me make sure. Maybe everybody's forgetting. I don't know. Well, I don't know why they would be. No, because everybody keeps moving their shows around this week. No, I did not move my show. Maybe people may not realize that. Going for a half hour already. What was it a couple weeks ago happened? I went on an hour long rant. I don't remember what it was now. Oh, the fires out in California. That's what it was. If you haven't seen that one, folks, go back and watch that. I don't even live in California, and that shit was pissing me off. Even after that, the people of California can't get a recall going against Gavin Newsom. What the hell is with that? Already a har, Rob. I know what it is. Gary putting his show on Mondays takes away my reminder of people to watch on Sunday. So by the time Sunday gets rolled here around from the last Monday, everybody's forgotten. It's all Gary's fault. Yep, it's all Gary's fault. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Plus, I started a half hour earlier because of Scotsman not being alive. Sportsman Guide say $40 off on orders of $200 or more. That's an email thing, probably a code involved there. Classic has a AR-15, Radical Firearms AR-15 for 379 beans. If anybody wants one of those, we have a couple of them for that price. Black, voting green. Somebody else is in here. Gizzard. How you doing, Gary?
What?
What? I don't know.
Where?
Where? There.
Uh,
And for those of you who can't see Gary's name as it's written right now, which is probably everybody but me, he's quit bitching about me.
where? Where?
Well, think about it, man. Friday night, I got to remind everybody that in 2 days the show was going to be on, and then you went and moved your show to Monday.
2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Well, it's not new.
But your first Monday show was this past Monday.
Yeah. You could start doing your show Sunday.
My show is on Sunday, Gary.
Or you could start doing it on Saturday.
I can start doing it on Tuesday, and then Hillbilly can do his members only show on Sunday. Everybody else is moving.
Well, I'm the only one who can cause everybody else to fuck up their schedules. Only one person had to move their stream because of me. And I called him first.
Now, Rob says everybody's on this corner trying to make a buck to buy dinner. Sounds like a personal issue there, Rob.
Is that how you get dinner? I'll go on the corner. Where can you get dinner for $1? Is what I want to know.
Mm-hmm.
I can't even buy a can of soda pop for $1.
There are places where you still can.
Where?
There's vending machines around here where they're less than $1.
You can't get dinner for no $1.
No, but you said a can of soda. And technically you could at Sam's Club or Costco.
It costs more than $1 just to get into Sam's Club.
It doesn't cost anything to get in.
It does too. You gotta
Right.
be a club member.
Yeah, but
Yeah, they
beyond
don't
that-
give them memberships away.
yeah, they do sometimes.
I never got mine for free.
I never got mine for free either, but still, it doesn't.
You get those guest memberships, but then you got to pay a surcharge when you check out, so they're worthless.
Yeah. But the fact remains, if you are a member at Sam's Club or Costco, you can have a hot dog and a drink for $1.
I used to be a Sam's Club member, but don't ever go there anymore. It's an hour's drive for me to get to the nearest Sam's Club. And I don't have a big freezer to store stuff, so what's the point? I got a side-by-side refrigerator, and only about a third of it's a freezer. So,
remember, one hot dog at Sam's Club or Costco is the equivalent of 2 hot dogs anywhere else.
Or I could just go to the store and buy a package of hot dogs and have them for dirt cheap.
Yeah, man. Yeah, but those cheap hot dogs are nasty.
Especially if you get the store brand ones, you can get them for like 99 cents. Get like 8 of them.
You ever have a Corn King hot dog?
Probably at one time or another.
They are nasty. They're the worst hot dogs I have ever eaten. And of course, my mother used to buy them because they were dirt cheap and they tasted like dirt.
You ever been poor?
Uh-huh.
I remember we barely had any money to get by. Shit.
Yeah.
Buy hot dogs and you get them packages of the store brand mac and cheese for like 10 cents a box.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, used to get Kraft on sale 10 for a. It's like, what? The price on that shit anymore is absolutely insane. Like $1.50 a box.
Cut up them cheap hot dogs and put in the macaroni and cheese.
Mm-hmm. And if you were lucky and you had some shredded cheese, you could throw that in on top.
Well, you could doctor it up, yeah.
Yeah.
Just like we would the pizzas we'd buy. We'd buy the cheap frozen pizzas and then buy shit to put on top of them.
Yep. Did that too. Of course, now today's cheap frozen pizzas aren't half bad.
They still ain't got enough meat on them.
Depends on which ones you get. You know what supermarket you're shopping at, and all that kind of stuff. Different places have different stuff.
You live in a town or an area where you got choices.
Hmm.
Some of us live in small town America where you only got one grocery store.
We got two. We got a Martin's supermarket, and then we got Walmart.
We're not big enough to have Walmart here.
Well, the only reason why this city, city, whatever you want to call it, is because it's a college town. The college students probably make up half the population of the town.
We ain't big enough to have a college here.
Oh, it used to just be a community college, then it was bought by WVU, and they're turning it into a 4-year school now.
When you got less than 10,000 people in your whole county, you ain't gonna have no college. I live in the middle of nowhere. You drive to everywhere.
Pretty much have to drive everywhere here, too.
If you're gonna go to college, you drive an hour. Somebody says they hear Gizzard.
Yeah. I wonder
Where?
why that is.
Where in the world are they hearing a Gizzard at?
I don't know.
Who
Talking
likes
gizzards?
that guy?
Talking gizzards? I mean, that's creepy. It's something out of a Trauma
I
Studios
know,
horror
right?
film. Yeah. Poultrygeist 3 or some shit.
Well, I heard tell you is all by yourself, so.
Yeah. Yeah, I was floundering because I was not prepared to do a show tonight.
Me either. I took a nap here at my desk about an hour ago. I woke up having the weirdest dream. Laying here like you do on your office chair. Sometimes you have your
Mm,
head propped up on your arm and your head holding your head up and
mm.
wake up thinking that was a weird dream I just had.
And Rob says frozen pizzas aren't really cheap anymore. You might be able to get a Little Caesars ready made for less.
Not around here, you ain't.
Mm-mm. No, you can get Totino's or a Red Baron for less than a Little Caesars around here. Not much less. And sometimes you can get a Domino's pizza for a decent price too. And no, gas station pizzas around here aren't cheap.
Unless you're talking about those little personal, like Simple Simon's, the little single pizzas. Some of the gas stations have those. Those aren't bad. But even they ain't cheap.
No.
You're talking $3 or $4 for just one of those. It's kind of like a personal pan. But we got Casey's here. Casey's has good pizza.
Sheets has pizza. I just haven't tried it.
But Casey's isn't any cheaper than Pizza Hut, really. And I can do both here in town. So I go in between the two. I'll get one time from one and the next time from the other.
Mm-hmm. This past week, Domino's had a hell of a deal going. 10 topping pizza for $10.
I always get a Supreme with extra cheese.
Well, you could get whatever 10 toppings you wanted on it. We did 6 meats and 4 cheese.
As long as they don't put that nasty ass crap like pineapple on a pizza or anchovies, I'm alright. Pineapple on a pizza is just un-American. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm. And anchovies are torture. That's when you want to torture somebody. Give them anchovy pizza.
That's cat food, for God's sake.
Yeah.
I could
Well,
give
no,
them reward.
our cats won't even touch that shit. Like, ugh, get that thing away from me. We had ordered pizza the one day, and they some reason the computer screwed up because they were out of the little salamis that they put on pizza,
Mm-hmm.
and the order came up as being an anchovy pizza instead, and that the cats got a whiff of that and they all ran. It was funny.
Country Rimfire says $40 for a fresh baked gas station pizza here. Jeez.
Wow.
Ours ain't that expensive. Not even half that expensive.
The normal price of the Domino's pizza that I was just talking about would have been $40.
I think my Supreme I get $16.99, and I thought that was kind of on the high side. But
Oh heck no! You can pay a hell of a lot more than that for a pizza.
But if you're part of their rewards club, like I am, I think if you buy 9 of them, the 10th one is free or something like that. So
Yeah, Domino's has a thing where every time you order $10 or more, you get 10 points. Once you hit 60 points, you get a free medium pizza.
Pizza Hut, they do their reward points, so after a while you get free stuff from them too. So it it helps to have the app if you're gonna. And I don't order pizza a lot. Maybe every other week I might get a pizza or something. I don't want it all the time.
Mhm. We ordered $80 worth of pizza tonight for $20, or $22 when you factor in the
I
tax and
don't,
then rounding up for St. Jude's.
I don't have enough friends to buy $80 worth of pizza.
Well, that was two 10-topping pizzas. Normal
I mean,
price.
even when I and the hens go out for Chicago style pizza when we're in Vegas, it's pretty close to 80, but that's a big Chicago style deep dish too. So.
Well, these things the toppings were thick. Turn my real camera on, not my fake camera.
Those ones we order, it takes them 45 minutes to cook it, if that tells you anything.
Yeah. Come on, turn on.
And they're worth it.
Where the hell is that pointed? There we go. The toppings on it was a New York, typical Domino's New York style crust. Toppings were that thick on it. 4 cheeses, 6 meats. So fairly thick pizza.
Still got a whole one left.
Yeah, we bought 2. We only ate 1.
What did you throw the other one out?
No, the other one's sitting out in the kitchen still.
Oh.
A whole pizza sitting out there.
Just sitting out and getting E. coli on it and stuff?
Yeah,
Or-
probably.
They got refrigerators for that stuff,
Yeah. Well, Amy doesn't like putting anything in the refrigerator right away. I don't know why.
Because you're supposed to let food cool.
Where do you get that nonsense?
What'd she say?
She said because you're supposed to let food cool.
Yeah, let the germs get to it before you stick it in the fridge. That's a good
Uh-huh.
idea. Let the
Well-
bacteria give it a chance to grow.
Yeah, then she said, "Well, we were taught that at the restaurant class." Yeah, and you're talking about something that's massive that the food would have been cooked in. Yeah, you gotta let the pan cool down, but you don't gotta let the food cool until it's absolutely chilled before you even put it in the fridge.
I don't. I usually get what part of it I'm gonna put on my plate, and the rest of it goes in the fridge. And if I get hungry later, I'll just eat cold pizza. I don't
Right.
care. Cold pizza's good too.
Refrigerating restaurant food and refrigerating food at home are 2 different things because of quantity.
These are.
Especially if you're like talking about a buffet or
Yeah.
something.
Ask a state inspector what he thinks about food that's left out in a restaurant that's not up to
Mhm.
temperature. Probably gonna get cited for that.
Yeah, I mean I can understand if you're using like one of those Pyrex cooking dishes, you want to let that cool a little bit before you put it in the cold because you go from the heat of just being in the oven to putting in the refrigerator, yeah, you might crack your dish.
Now, if you want pizza to be absolutely as good as it was when you first got it, when you reheat it, you've got to do two things. First thing you've got to do is, as soon as humanly possible, put it in an airtight container, which I have individually wrapped pizza slices in Ziploc bags before. Maybe do two slices in one bag or something, but get them airtight so the moisture can't get out of them. And put them in the fridge, and then when you heat them back up, don't microwave them. Put them in like a toaster oven or something like that,
Mm.
or in a regular oven, like on low temperature for like 5 or 10 minutes, maybe
Well,
300.
these things got
And
so
they'll
much.
be just as good as a fresh pizza if you do it that way.
Yeah, these things got a layer of cheese that's so thick. I don't know if moisture can escape.
The bad thing about pizza in a cardboard box, after a couple of days, it'll dry out pretty bad, so you
Yeah.
gotta get it eaten.
Well, pizza never lasts that long here.
Well, no. I mean, I'm a single guy. I can get 3 or 4 meals out of one pizza. So,
Here you get one dinner and a lunch usually the next day, and then it's gone.
yeah, when I used to have kids around the house, I wanted to make sure and get my slices because if I waited till later, they might not be there. So, whatever you think you're going to eat that night, you better get on your plate.
Rob says he never heard of cooling food before putting it in the fridge. Was this some kind of $1 million government study? No,
That's
this is what they were telling my wife when she was taking a restaurant course. So that's why I said restaurant cooking and home cooking must be different.
I cooked at a
Earlier.
restaurant once, but it wasn't a pizza place. It was a Sonic.
I've worked in one, never cooked in one. I don't like cooking, so it kind of worked out that way. Amy say, for somebody who can cook, you sure don't like to do it. I'm like, you're absolutely right. Don't
I
do it.
don't mind cooking. I just don't want to clean up the mess afterwards. And since I live by myself, I know I'm going to have to clean up the mess. So I buy an awful lot of stuff you can just pop in the microwave.
Mm-hmm.
But every once in a while, I'll get the urge to cook. This, what was it, last fall we had some sort of church deal going on, and they asked for people to contribute volunteers to bring macaroni and cheese, and I volunteered. And they said, "Well, cook as much macaroni and cheese as you can and bring in the biggest pan you got." So I bought one of those things of 10 boxes of macaroni and cheese,
Mm-hmm.
and I had a big old stock pan, and I had that thing full. You don't know how long it takes. You can't cook 10 at once. That's
No.
kind of have to cook them in batches of one or two. I did two at a time.
I guess if you had a big enough stock pot, because they do sell those really deep stock pots where you need basically a step stool to get to the top of it, you would might be able to do 10 at once.
Well, we had a ton of macaroni and cheese. I forget what kind of feed was we having then. Oh, it was a fish fry. That's it. It was, yeah. That was one of the side dishes for the fish fry. We fed a lot of people that night. That fish was good too, man. Missing swamp fox girl.
Huh?
Oh, Rob D said, I thought the missing swamp
Yeah, I know.
fox
I
girl.
saw.
Who's the missing swamp fox girl?
I
I didn't
don't
know
know.
Swamp Fox had a girl.
Uh, was it the one that Sarge was getting a boner for a couple years ago? Is that who he's talking about?
Yeah, I never got to meet her. I don't I don't network with Swamp Fox. I'm not big enough to get stuff from them, so or any other optic company for that matter.
Bet you Gideon might send you
I
something.
tried with Gideon. So far, they
Really?
haven't sent me anything. So it's kind of like when you go to SHOT Show, you're going to talk to a lot of companies, and some of
Mm,
them will tell you, yeah, and they'll contact you after the show, and you follow up with them. You send an email, and then you don't hear anything.
yeah.
But you can't take it personally. That's just, from what I understand, that's just kind of the way SHOT Show is. Some people
Mm,
will get back to you, some won't.
yeah, I got to contact High Point. They says the owner of High Point said something about contacting him after the Great American Outdoor Show, and he'd send a lot of swag my way. So we'll get in
Is
touch
that
with him.
gal, is Kara still with High Point?
I don't.
Blonde haired gal named Kara. She's real friendly.
She wasn't at
She's
the
one of
Great
their
American Outdoor Show.
she's
So
one of their higher ups, like marketing director or something. No, I never met her, Rob. I don't even know who. I've heard the stories about her, but I never met her. I didn't. I couldn't even tell you where Swamp Fox booth was at SHOT. I didn't go there.
they don't go to Great American
Kara
Outdoor Show.
Bosenberg, that's her name. She's the executive vice president. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, but Chris introduced me to I guess he's the owner of High Point. Damned if I can remember his name.
That and the guy who usually mans their booth is David Kowicki or something like that.
I told you what Keith from EAA did, right? At the show with the Nerf gun.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Well, the lady from MTR snuck across when he was at lunch and stole the Nerf gun, so he couldn't do that anymore. He had gold all over their booth, as in gold and glitter.
I usually go by there and at least say hey to Chase.
Yeah, he wasn't there. Neither was Paul.
Paul's funny.
Live Free Armory wasn't there this year. They had been the past couple years.
Well, I was gonna say they were at SHOT.
Walter
We
was there
tried to
for the
go see
first.
John at GOA, but he was in conference when I was at the booth, so I didn't get to see him.
Well, GOA doesn't go to Great American Outdoor Show. It's an NRA event.
Still, we're still discussing NRA.
See, the Great American Outdoor Show, you could do NRA and not have to do NRA.
I did apply for credentials at NRA,
I
but
have
that's
not.
free.
Yeah, I haven't. It's like I'm probably not gonna be able to go, so why bother?
Go where?
To the NRA show down in Atlanta.
I don't really want to fly into Atlanta, but would be that big a deal as long as somebody picked me up, I guess. I don't have to drive the city, so why do I care what city I'm in? And Vegas ain't no great shakes to drive in either, folks. It's a big city. Dallas is hell. Thank goodness somebody else was always driving. But
They messed up Pittsburgh's roads.
Indianapolis wasn't so bad.
Driving around Pittsburgh's not no fun anymore.
Knoxville wasn't a big city, but they only really have one thoroughfare goes through it, so that can be fun at times.
To better combat traffic during rush hour, they went and made all these changes to the roadways, and it makes it even harder to get around because if you blink, you miss your exit. It's like son of a bitch.
Houston's fun because you start hitting traffic and you're still 45 minutes away from the city. It's like, oh my God. I swear the hens were calling me saying, "Where are you at?" I said, "Well, I'm in Houston, but I said, I'm not moving very fast."
Yeah, Pittsburgh can get that way during rush hour. 2 roads in particular.
Most big cities around rush hour are bad. Dallas is horrible. Dallas is horrible anytime.
Mm-hmm. DC isn't so much the traffic, it's the way the goddamn roads are set up in the Beltway.
This is Blade Show Texas weekend. I almost went to Blade Show, but I didn't. What is the next big thing coming up? This Every Second Matters, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah, it is, isn't it?
Let's see, Wanamaker's coming up the first weekend of April.
Then you got
NRAM
NRA.
is NRAM is the end of April, the last weekend in April.
And then you got goals, what is it, the 9th and 10th of August? I think that's
Yes.
when that is.
Well, yeah, if they don't have the Friday like they did last year. The media only day.
Yeah, I haven't even looked to see if they've opened up media applications.
Because we had the Thursday range day.
Mm-hmm.
I believe if you go to their website and look, they do have a place where you can register as media on there. I did anyway.
Yeah,
But like last year, I registered and they claimed they never got it, so I had to do it again at the last minute.
Well, hell, I filled out the application, never heard back from them. Snub and Sarge get a hold of John, and then boom, I get approved. I'm hoping that since it was approved for last year, I don't have to go through having to have Sarge and Snub try and get me approved again. And I've never been denied by NRA for their stuff.
I don't believe NRA does deny anybody.
Christ, if Krabby and Kingpin would have drove up, I had media credentials set aside for them. Just talking to them there at the show. Because they were hoping to be able to drive up together, but Kingpin had plumbing issues, and so he wasn't able to make it.
When I contacted Blade Show about media credentials, they said they don't have any such thing. Just buy a ticket and go.
That's basically what I got told by the organizers of the Pennsylvania Home and Garden Show a couple years ago. But that was when I was talking to the woman who would handle that kind of thing. She's like, "Okay, I'll create a credential for you, pick it up, blah blah blah." And whatnot. She's like, "You'll still have to pay your ticket, but people will know you're with the media." And she's like, "Generally, the only media we give credentials to is like the newspapers or local media, like the TV stations and stuff. Yeah, I don't even remember what the name of that organization was anymore that runs that show.
Yeah, some people have never heard of such a thing as the internet. They
Hmm.
still think people watch TV and shit.
Shadow.
Yeah. She's like, you're the first social media people that we've given Media Pass to. And then didn't even go and get the Media Pass for the second day. Because the first day was so boring, it really wasn't anything to do with anything on. The only thing I may have wanted to do was the cargo containers that they turn into the little like sheds and stuff that I was telling you about before. That would have been the one thing that was there that would have been worth even doing a video on.
That's like I was talking to Kyle about going to Blade Show, and I told him about wanting to go to Blade Show, Texas. He said, well, the only thing about that is, he said, Blade Show, Texas, he said, it's small in comparison to the big Blade Show in Atlanta. And I looked it up. It was like 1/3 of the conference center in Dallas, which I've been to the Dallas Convention Hall where they have the K. Bailey Hutchinson Convention Center, I believe it is. So, yeah, it would have been a small show. It's like, I'm not sure that's worth my drive
Mm-hmm.
and staying the night and everything else just for that. So, something that would like make Wanamaker look huge in comparison.
All right. Now, the antique gun show that we went to in Baltimore last year was pretty cool. It wasn't very big, but it was still pretty cool. There's a lot of old firearms for sale, and then they had the museum section where people brought different display items that weren't for sale. I think the two things that'll stand out the most from that show, both were in the museum section. The guy with his uh, Sidehammer revolver collection, which he had some very expensive little teeny tiny revolvers in that collection. And then the guy who had the unused crate of P-38s from the war.
Let's see. You want to have some fun?
Shadow.
I have on my screen a U.S. History High School Final Exam. You want to see if you can pass it?
Okay.
Okay, first question. The annexation of Oregon during the presidency of James K. Polk was promoted with which popular slogan? Okay, 40-54 or war, 54-40 or fight, 40-54 or fight, or 54-40 or war.
Hell, I don't remember. I honestly don't remember. Western expansion wasn't my strong suit.
Gotta pick one.
I'll say A, just because.
Okay, continue. And that is wrong, by the way. The
I figured
correct
it probably
answer
would
is
be.
54-40 or fight. Okay, next question. The Webster-Ashburton Treaty that settled the borders between Canada and the U.S., more specifically between Canada and Maine, was brokered during which United States president? And your selections are John Tyler, William Henry Harrison, Martin Van Buren, or Henry Clay.
William Henry Harrison? Is that one that you...
Okay. And that is an incorrect answer. The correct answer was John Tyler.
I knew it was
So
one
far,
of...
you're scoring 0 on
Yeah, I
that.
know.
Ronald Reagan's economic policy that suggested tax cuts for most Americans would promote greater spending and stimulate the economy is best known as which of the following items?
Trickle-down economics.
That's not one of your selections.
No, it's not one of the selections.
Okay. A. Tax and spend policies. B. Economic liberalism. C. The Wall Street bailout. Or D. Supply side economics.
A.
Okay, the correct answer is D. Supply
D.
side
I knew it was
economics.
either. Damn it! I knew. I had second guessed myself. I always second guess myself on multiple choice questions.
Okay, number 4. The first woman was appointed to this prestigious U.S. judicial branch position in 1981 by President Ronald Reagan. Okay, was it Speaker of the U.S. House of Representatives? Was it U.S. Supreme Court? Was
U.S.
it Senate
Supreme Court.
Majority Leader or Vice President of the United States?
Supreme Court.
Supreme Court, he says, and a correct answer. That is a correct answer. Okay, you've got one right. You're on a
Yay.
roll. Which of the following is a method by which voters can propose state laws? A recall, an initiative, a proposal, or a petition?
It could be either B or D.
We'll pick one.
I'll say B.
An initiative. Okay, and that is the correct answer. That's 2 in a row. All right.
But initiatives can be started with petitions.
Which or what indirectly led to passage of the Pure Food and Drug Act? Okay. A. Margaret Sanger's factual expose in McClure's magazine. B. Public reaction to the David Graham Phillip novel The Treason of the Senate. C. Public reaction to Upton Sinclair's novel The Jungle. Or D. Widespread pandemics after World War I.
D?
D. Final answer?
Yeah.
All right. And the correct answer is C. Public reaction
C?
to Upton Sinclair's novel The Jungle. Okay, so 2 for 6 so far. All right. Okay, number 7. Who was John Brown? You got 5 selections here. He was a slave who led a rebellion against slavery. He was a pro-South member of Congress who secretly plotted to overthrow Lincoln's government. He was an abolitionist who helped fleeing slaves get freedom. He was a slave trader who advocated for slavery's expansion into the Western territories. Or he was a Union soldier who joined the Confederacy at the start of the Civil War.
C. And that's painting him in a very broad, good light, shall we say.
That is the correct answer, by the way.
Yeah.
Okay. Number 8. What role did South Carolina play in the birth of the Confederacy? A. It became the training ground, contributing the greatest number of soldiers for the Confederate Army. B. It contributed landmark legislation for the purpose of transitioning from free state to slave state. C. Its largest city, Charleston, became the location of the Confederate capital and its most important port. D. It was the first state to secede from the Union, just leading the way for others to do so. Or E. It was the first state to pledge its resources to preserving the Union and to freeing slaves.
D.
D. And the result is that is the correct answer. You are now 50%. All right, 4 for 8. You're getting there.
Well, you got into my area of study primarily, too, with the 2 Civil War questions back to back.
Number 9. How did the divisive subject of the abolition of slavery fit into the Declaration of Independence? A. It was dealt with from a theological position. It declared slavery to be allowable and acceptable under the proper circumstances. B. By design, it did not figure into the Declaration of Independence to avoid unnecessary friction between the colonies. C. It was included as an optional proviso so that each colony's rights could be preserved and protected. Or D. It was inserted into the grievances section of the Declaration and then later removed to satisfy the Virginia contingent.
B.
You say B?
B.
B as in Bravo.
Yes.
And that is the correct answer. Wow, you're on a roll, buddy. You're now over 50%. Okay, question 10. Which document in its original form rationalized the existence of slavery into the New World as being the fault of the British Empire? A. The Declaration of Independence. B. The Articles of Confederation. C. The Mayflower Compact and Common Bond. Or D. The Jamestown Charter of 1720.
That one I don't know.
Gotta pick one.
Whichever one the Declaration of Independence was.
And that is the correct answer. The original form of the Declaration of Independence, yes. All right. Got lucky there.
Mm.
Okay, question 11. The American Enlightenment emphasized all of the following except A. Obedience to established religious authority. B. Separation of powers within government. C. Consent of the governed. Or D. Authority of democratic election.
Yeah, hold on, I gotta see what Amy wants.
La da 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 da. It's the Rich White Show. It's the Rich White Show. Rich is gone, but we carry on because it is the Rich White Show.
Okay, I'm back. Can you repeat the question?
Okay, the American Enlightenment, capitalized, emphasized all the following except, and your choices are A. Obedience to established religious authority. B. Separation of powers within government. C. Consent of the governed. Or D. Authority of democratic elections. I have no clue.
A.
A, he says. Okay, and that is the correct answer. Wow. He's coming back, folks. Okay, what was a very effective means of colonial protest against the Townshend Acts? A. Silent protest in the streets of Boston. B. Firing on British soldiers. C. Boycotting British goods. Or D. Infiltrating Parliament with weapons.
C.
C, he says. Once again, he is correct. Wow. You are now 8 of 12. With 3 questions to go, can you get a passing score? Which of the following resulted from World War I? A. The United States was the leading signatory for the League of Nations. B. Germany was forced to cede control over its European empire to other countries, but was allowed to keep its overseas possessions. C. The Austro-Hungarian and German empires ceased to exist. Or D. Austria-Hungary was held legally and financially responsible for the war.
C.
C. Final answer.
Well, it's either that or D, so I'm taking that.
C is the correct answer. Wow. All right. Ready for question 14, and this is a fill in the blank. The blank inserted provisions into Cuba's constitution that would prevent future European intervention into Cuban affairs. It also granted the United States permission to reoccupy the island if Cuban independence was threatened. And your selections are A. The Monroe Doctrine. B. The Roosevelt Corollary. C. The Platt Amendment. Or D. The Roosevelt Amendment.
The Monroe Doctrine? No, the Monroe Doctrine was way before that. Oh, man. I'll guess C.
The Platt Amendment.
It's a complete and total guess.
And it is correct.
That was an educated guess on either Roosevelt being in a state of or a position to do that,
Okay.
and Monroe Doctrine being way, way before that.
This last question is a softball because it's a Civil War question. Okay. The death of Confederate General Stonewall Jackson after this battle deprived the Confederate Army of one of its most competent commanders. A. The Battle of Antietam. B. The Siege of Vicksburg. C. The Battle of Chancellorsville. Or D. The Battle of Gettysburg.
Antietam? Because I don't remember him being at Gettysburg.
Okay. And I'm sorry you did miss that one. It was the Battle of Chancellorsville.
Oh. Well, hell, they're all in the same area. Except for Vicksburg, which I know he wasn't at Vicksburg.
So, your results are you scored 67%. That is not a passing grade for a high school
No.
final exam. I'm sorry.
Chancellorsville really isn't that far from Antietam.
Take another practice test. Okay. Oh, I don't want to do this crap. Whatever. No. Oh, it's going to want to make me sign in. Screw them people. Okay, well, let's see. Here's another one from study.com. World History High School Final Exam. Oh, this one's fun. World history. Can you do world history?
Not as well as American history.
Mutual excommunication between the Pope and blank led to the creation of two distinct churches during the Middle Ages. And your choices
Henry VIII.
A. The Bishop of Antioch. B. The Bishop of Constantinople. C. The Bishop of Alexandria. Or D. The Bishop of Jerusalem.
Okay, so I was wrong on that. But I know Henry VIII had excommunicated him from the Anglican Church and vice versa too. So that's two occasions where it happened then.
I know what my guess would be. We'll see what you say.
Okay, what were the choices again?
Okay, the Bishop of Antioch, Constantinople, Alexandria, or Jerusalem.
It would have been the Orthodox Church afterwards. It could have been Constantinople or Jerusalem. Got a coin?
No, I really don't.
I'll go on a limb and say Constantinople.
Okay, and that's the correct answer, believe it or not. Good guess. Okay. Which famous conquistador conquered the Incas of Peru for Spain in the 1530s? Would that be Ponce de Leon, Hernan Cortez, Francisco Pizarro, or Vasco de Balboa?
Pizarro.
Pizarro. Okay. That is correct. Charles I's conflict with Parliament led to A. The English Civil War, B. The split between Puritans and Protestants, C. The Gunpowder Treason Plot, or D. The Act of Uniformity.
I don't know. B.
Okay. And the English Civil War was the correct answer. Okay, the three-field crop rotation system was very advantageous for farmers because A, it sped up the harvest process, B, it kept the soil healthy, C, it reduced the risk of crop drowning, or D, it saved time and money.
B.
B, that'd be my guess too. And that is the correct answer. Okay. Which of the following was Spain known for during the Age of Exploration? A. Controlling most of the wealth and land in the new continent. B. Being the first European country to reach the shores of North America. C. Becoming the first European nation to sail the Pacific. Or D. All of these answers are correct.
D. Except they're really not, because the Vikings were here first. But
All of these answers are correct. Okay. Whose experimental method laid the foundations for modern science? Okay, your choices are Rene Descartes, Isaac Newton, Francis Bacon, or Galileo.
all of the above. That literally could be an all of the above answer. But which one came first?
The foundations for modern science. Descartes, Newton, Bacon, Galileo.
I'll say Bacon.
Bacon is always the correct answer. Is that what you're saying? In this case, it is.
Yeah. But all
Wow.
those guys combined are what formed the modern scientific method.
Which of the following revolutions led to the creation of a European wealthy middle class in the 12th century? A. The agricultural revolution. B. The urban revolution. C. The demographic revolution. Or D. The commercial revolution.
That I don't know.
It's gonna be a revolution. Well, you know. Rich don't know which one it is. You gotta guess.
D.
Okay. And that's not correct. Urban revolution was the correct answer. Okay. Why do some historians consider the age of exploration to be an age of exploitation? D. Precious or A. Precious resources and minerals were mined in the West and shipped back to Europe. B. European religions were forced on the native populations in the West. C. Diseases introduced by Europeans led to a large decline in native populations in the West. Or D. All of these answers are correct.
Yeah, I'll go with D.
And that is the correct answer. The exchange of goods, techniques, and disease among Europeans, Africans, and Native Americans is called A. The three-way trade. B. The Columbian exchange. C. The triangular trade. Or D. The colonization exchange.
I don't know. Wild guess, I'll say B.
That is correct. The Columbian exchange. Couple good guesses so far. All right. Fill in the blank. Blank were members of the medieval church's clergy in charge of individual parishes who provided sacraments to the common people. Were they A. archbishops? Were they B. bishops? C. priest? Or D. cardinals?
B.
Bishops?
Yeah.
Okay. Nope. The correct answer is priest.
Yeah. I can remember if it was bishop or priest, so I guessed. Because you said over the whole city, so that's why I'm thinking bishop. Because
Which of the following explorers sought to discover the fountain of youth? Oh, come on.
Ponce de Leon.
Balboa, Ponce de Leon, Cortez, or Pedro de Aviles? Aviles. Okay, Ponce de Leon, you say. That is the correct answer, of course.
That was
Hey.
easy.
Who transformed England from a monarchy to a theocracy? Was it A. Charles I, B. Oliver Cromwell,
Oliver Cromwell.
C. Henry VIII, or D. Charles II? You said it was Oliver Cromwell.
Mm-hmm.
Shadow.
And that is the correct answer. All right.
The
Number
only
13.
head of the UK not to be a member of a royal family.
Henry II was A. the first king of the Tudor dynasty, B. the last king of the Plantagenet dynasty, I guess, C. the son of Richard I, or D. the first king of the Plantagenet dynasty.
I don't know. He was the one that wanted a horse and he would trade his kingdom for it.
A, B,
Shakespeare,
C, or D?
folks. But, dang. I don't know. C?
C. the son of Richard I. No, he was the first king of the Plantagenet dynasty. Sorry. Bet you're so far 9 of 13, so. 2 more questions to go. Number 14. Why was Ferdinand Magellan famous? A. He discovered the Fountain of Youth in Florida. Or B. He was the first explorer to circumnavigate the world. C. He discovered the Northwest Passage. Or D. He conquered the Inca Empire.
B, but he didn't actually complete it. The rest of his crew completed it. He died on the voyage.
And that is a correct answer. And last question. After the discovery and colonization of the New World, European economy was transferred through banking, joint stock companies, and A. Mercantilism, B. Imperialism, C. Free trade, or D. Capitalism.
A.
Mercantilism. Very good. All right, so you get a 73%. That is a passing score, although that's going to get you.
How many
You're in
did I
C
miss?
minus territory
Yeah, how many did I miss?
there. You missed 4 out of 15.
Oh, did I? Okay. I did better there than I did the American history one, and American history was one of my goddamn minors in college.
Shadow.
But with that said, I did do well on the ones that were the focus of my minor in
Your
college.
minors in college?
Yeah.
I said, what were your minors in college?
Oh, American history, specifically between the American Revolution and the Civil War and the lead up to the Civil War from the Revolution,
Mm-hmm.
and political science.
Mm-hmm. Political science.
Oh, don't do that to me.
Let's see if I can find a political science test for you here. Oh, go back to our search. See what we can find here. Okay, intro to this is for political science 101. You think you can pass this?
I don't know. It's been so long.
Which of the following is an example of how interest groups achieve their goals? A, by funding groups that are sympathetic with their cause. B, by publicly protesting against decisions or acts that are against their interest. C, by having many people write to their congressman. Or D, all of the answers are correct.
D. Primarily A, B, and C, but
Okay, so far so good. Question 2. John has been a teacher for 20 years and has never been a member of a labor union. He has now chosen to join the teachers union because there's a 15% discount at the shopping store he frequents for members of the teachers union. What motivated him to join? Was it A, a material incentive, B, a solidarity incentive, C, a purposive incentive, or D, an emotional incentive?
A.
A material incentive. That's what I would say, and it is the correct answer. All right. How might outsiders attempt to interfere with the sovereignty of a sovereign state? Okay, so you've got A, political pressure, B. Invasion. C. Trade sanctions. D. United Nations sanctions. Or E. All the answers are correct.
E.
Again, correct. Okay. NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, is an example of which of the following? Okay. A. Imperialism. B. Economic globalism. C. Military globalism. D. Social and cultural globalism. Or E. None of the answers are correct.
C, I think was the one you said. Was that the military one?
Military globalism?
Yeah.
Shadow, come here, baby.
Let's try it. That is a correct answer. Wow, you're getting good at this. The Articles of Confederation were ratified. A. After the U.S. Constitution proved to create too weak of a central government. B. Immediately following the signing of the Declaration of Independence. C. When John Adams told everyone they had to do it. D. In 1781 after territorial disputes had been solved. Or E. In 1865 after the end of the Civil War. The Articles of Confederation.
Completely not remembering exactly when they were signed. I'm going to go as a joke answer and say John Adams telling everybody they had to.
Okay.
Didn't want to mess with John Adams.
That is not the correct answer.
I figured that.
The answer was in 1781 after territorial disputes had been solved. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking was the right answer, but I went with the joke answer.
The Northwest Ordinance. A. Abolished slavery in the territories. B. Organized the territories and gave a clear path to statehood. C. Granted freedom of religion and the right to trial by jury to settlers. D. All of these. Or E. None of these. The Northwest Ordinance.
So it was A, B, C, D, and E, right?
Yes.
D.
All of them.
Shadow, come here. Shadow.
And that is the correct answer. Okay. What is a major criticism of price guarantees? A. They encourage competition among firms. B. They result in bidding wars.
Shadow, hush.
C. They encourage overproduction. Or D. They
Stop
create a supply deficit.
Lay down.
You want to read those answers again? Puppy being loud.
A. They encourage competition among
Hero,
firms.
okay?
B. They result in bidding wars. C. They encourage overproduction. Or D. They create a supply deficit.
I'll say B.
Okay. And the correct answer is C. They encourage overproduction. What type of economic system is one in which economic decisions such as the producing and pricing of goods are based on supply and demand? Is that A, state controlled? Is that B, market? C, command? D, communist? Or E, subsistence?
B, I think.
I believe you're right there. Sounds like market economics. It is. Okay. A bureaucrat is defined as A, someone who works in a bureaucracy. B, someone who protests against bureaucracy. C, someone who makes laws. Or D, someone who avoids bureaucracy.
A.
I think that's pretty obvious.
Yeah.
And it is the correct answer. Number 10, bureaucracy is defined as A large administrative organization that handles the day-to-day business of a government or society. B, a small administrative organization that only handles military matters of a government or society. C, a large organization that has little role in the daily life of most Americans. Or D, a mid-sized organization that makes laws for a government or society.
A.
A, he says. And that is correct. Question 11. Which of these would be an example of diplomacy? A. Seizing a ship in international trade waters. B. Ethnic cleansing. C. Building up a military to deter an attack. D. Forcibly deporting members from an enemy state. Or E. The President of the United States meeting with the head of China's Communist Party to discuss human rights.
E.
Well, since the other four are pretty obviously not.
Well, technically, building up a military can be used as a diplomatic tool.
Which of these is an acceptable definition of protocol? A. Taboos within a society. B. Child labor laws within a society. C. A set of international courtesy rules. D. A set of norms within a society. Or E. Formalized gender rules in a culture.
D.
And that is incorrect. It is
Oh,
a
really?
set of international courtesy rules. That is protocol. Wow.
I have to argue that one.
How many years are there between national conventions?
Shadow.
5, 4, 3, 2, or 1?
4.
Shadow.
Okay. Interest groups exert their influence by engaging in what type of practice? A. Lobbying. B. Directly electing candidates. C. Congressional campaign committees. D. Coercion. Or E. Bribes.
F. All of the above. A. A.
A. At least overtly, anyway. Yeah.
Yeah.
What is the best way to describe the purpose of a primary election? A. The members of a political party choose a candidate to represent them in the general election. B. A political party holds up to 3 elections to determine who will be sent to Congress. C. The purpose is the same as a general election to choose a final winner. Or D. A political party retracts its support of a political candidate.
A.
That's not even hard.
Nope.
Okay, so how did Rich do in Political Science 101? He scored an 80%. All right.
Yeah.
And remember, one of those wrong answers was just because I wanted to take the joke answer.
80% is considered a passing grade in just about any class. But
Yeah, but the
slightly,
whole
it's average.
John Adams saying they had to just I don't know why I had to pick that one. It was just too funny in my head.
Let's see, what kind of class can I give him that's completely out of his wheelhouse? Psychology? Let's see. Computer science. I can give you computer science. Sales and marketing, that could be fun. Art history.
Oh God, I don't know anything about art.
Architecture. Health and medicine. Ooh. Nursing. He gave you a nursing class. Philosophy, religious studies, ethics. Ooh, ethics. Or communication. Math. Psychology. We're going to go with astronomy. Let's see. I got an idea. See if I can find it. What time is it getting to be? Okay, I'm going to give you an 8th grade final exam from 1895. Well, this is going to be kind of tough, but we'll see what we can do here.
Oh boy.
Well, it doesn't give answers.
Oh, that's nice.
Well, I want answers.
Mm-hmm.
Where the hell's the key? I can't tell if you're right or not without the key.
Lay down.
This is the same thing. I was going to give you an 8th grade final exam from 1895.
Yeah, you said that, and I was like,
Lay down.
oh boy.
Here's a 1912 one. Let's see.
Lay down. Shut.
It's no fair to give a damn test if you don't know what the answers are. With key. Try that. Okay, this one. Okay. Boy, that's tough. Oh, God. I could never have passed this test. Glad I didn't go to school then. Question 1. Define longitude and latitude.
Latitude are the lines that show direction east to west, and longitude is north to south. On a map, globe, etc.
Okay, what waters does the Erie Canal connect?
I know it connects Lake Erie. I don't remember where it
Okay,
connects
that's
to.
one end.
The Hudson River?
That's correct. Hudson River and Lake Erie. Okay. Name and give the capitals of the United States touching the Ohio River. This could be fun.
Just the states
Well,
and
the
their
states and the
capitals.
capitals, yes.
All right, Pennsylvania, Harrisburg. Ohio, Columbus.
Yes,
Kentucky, Frankfort.
yes,
Indiana, Indianapolis.
yes,
Illinois, Springfield.
yes,
Am I missing one?
yes.
Oh, West Virginia.
I was going to
That's
say, I was
Charleston.
going to have to kick your ass, man. Oh,
man.
God.
Shadow.
Some of these are math questions you'd have to have a whole sheet of paper to figure out.
Oh, goody.
Realize this is 1912.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Name and define the 3 branches of government in the United States.
The executive, which is the presidency. The legislature, which is both houses of Congress, the Senate, and the House of Representatives, and the judiciary, which is the Supreme Court and all lower courts within the federal court system.
Okay, what exactly does constitute the executive branch? Is it just the president?
The presidency and any agencies that have been deemed to be under his control.
The president and vice president, along with the various cabinets. Yes. Name 3 rights given Congress by the Constitution and 2 rights denied Congress.
There's a lot. So is it just any particular 3 they're looking for, or any 3?
Okay, these are things only Congress can do.
It doesn't. Well, they can lay taxes. They can pass laws. They can suspend habeas corpus. They can commission the printing of money. So what else can they do? There's a bunch of other things they can do too. I don't know if any of those were the answers they were looking
According to
for.
this, only Congress can declare war.
Yeah, that's another one.
Only Congress can impeach, try, and remove office holders, including the President and
Yep.
Supreme Court justices from office.
Yeah,
And
that's another
only
one.
Congress can raise and lower taxes.
Yeah, like I said, there's so many things that Congress can do to limit it to just 3.
Congress cannot pass a law that turns an act into a crime after the act was
Yeah,
committed,
that's
accept the title of
explicit.
nobility, suspend writ of
Mhm.
habeas corpus except under special circumstances, pass a bill of attainder,
Mhm.
tax any goods exported from any state, and Congress cannot vote themselves a pay raise during their current term in office.
And yet they do it every time you turn around. And by the way, the terms of when they can suspend habeas corpus, war, insurrection, invasion, and there's like a couple other ones.
Who discovered Florida?
The smart guy who wanted to sunbathe.
Huh?
Ponce de Leon.
That's correct. Who discovered, let's see. Who was the first explorer to reach Mississippi River?
Was that De Leon too?
No.
No, didn't think so. I don't know.
It was the Spanish explorer Hernando de Soto.
As soon as you said the name of it, then it clicked. Like, damn it.
Who was the first European to describe and map the Gulf of St. Lawrence and the shores of the St. Lawrence River?
Oh, Hudson.
Cartier.
Cartier.
And who is credited for discovering the Pacific Ocean? By crossing the Isthmus of Panama.
I don't know. Cortez?
Balboa.
Balboa. It's been so long since I studied anything about the Spanish explorers.
Okay, he was an English aristocrat, writer, poet, soldier, courtier, spy, and explorer, well known for popularizing tobacco in England.
Raleigh.
Sir Walter Raleigh. There we go. He was the last Dutch Director General of the colony of New Netherland from 1647 until it was ceded to the English in 1664 after it was renamed New York. He was a major figure in the early history of New York City.
I don't know much about the beginning of New York City, to be honest. Yeah. I haven't a clue.
Peter Stuyvesant. Let's see. I did not know this. Maryland was first settled by mainly Roman Catholic families led by the Calvert family as a place where they could freely practice their faith. I did not know that.
Yeah, I did. What's the question?
Let's
I
see.
thought there was a question in there. I was like,
Okay, I'm going to give a battle. You tell me what war it was fought in. The Battle of Brandywine.
American Revolution.
That's correct. The Battle of Fort Necessity.
French Indian War. That's not that far from here.
The Battle of Lundy's Lane, also known as the Battle of Niagara Falls.
I'll say the Revolution again.
War of 1812.
That was going to be my second guess.
The Battle of Sharpsburg.
Also known as the Battle of Antietam, Civil
That's
War.
correct. I was trying to throw you off there.
Well,
The,
I know where Sharpsburg, Maryland
the
is.
Battle of Buena Vista.
Spanish-American War?
Mexican-American War.
Mexican War. I knew it had to be one of those two.
Give the cause of the War of 1812 and name an important battle fought during that war.
Oh, Christ. The cause? The British were attacking U.S. vessels and commandeering their soldiers and forcing them to join the British Navy. And you had the Battle of Washington, where the British set the White House on fire.
Well, example they gave was the Battle of Baltimore. That'll work too. Let's see. Name the last battle of the Civil War. And the commanders in each battle. See if you can do that. Last battle of the Civil War and the
Battle of
commanders.
Appomattox, the commanders would have been Grant and Lee.
The Battle of Columbus, Georgia.
Oh, Columbus, Georgia was after
Commanders were Union General James H. Wilson and Confederate Major General Hal Cobb. Last battle of the War of 1812.
I'll be damned if I know. I can't remember.
The Battle of New Orleans, with Andrew Jackson leading the Americans and Edward Pakenham among the British. The French and Indian War.
I don't know that one either.
That would be the Battle of Signal Hill, with British forces led by William Amherst and French forces led by Guillaume de Bellecombe. You've heard of him.
Uh-huh.
What president was impeached and on what charge?
Okay, this is in 1912, right?
Yes.
So it would have been Andrew Johnson. Incompetence?
For violating the Tenure of Office Act when he sought to remove his Secretary of War without Senate approval.
I couldn't remember what exactly he was impeached for.
Who invented the following? Magneto.
I know it wasn't the X-Man. Magneto from the X-Men.
He might have built a cage.
Oh, Faraday.
There you go. The telegraph.
Morris?
That's correct. The cotton gin.
Oh, shit. What was his name?
Come on, man.
I am seriously drawing a blank.
Eli Whitney.
Yeah, I was drawing a complete blank.
The sewing machine, generally accepted anyway.
Singer?
Elias Howe.
How? Oh.
The telephone.
The correct answer would be, as far as the test would be, Alexander Graham Bell, but there's some dispute about that historically.
And the phonograph.
Edison?
That's correct.
Jeez, Jacob just now realizing we're live, and I even sent him a link.
Describe the Battle of Quebec.
it was a battle. They probably wanted a little more than that. Was that the War of 1812 or American Revolution?
The Battle of Quebec was fought on December 31st, 1775, between American Continental Army forces and the British defenders of the city of Quebec early in the American Revolutionary War. The battle was the first major defeat of the war for the Americans, and it came at a high price. General Richard Montgomery was killed, Benedict Arnold was wounded, and Daniel Morgan and more than 400 men were taken prisoner.
Yeah, but for you guys out there who may not know this, there were a lot of battles in the American Revolution. There were also sites of battles during the War of 1812 as well. So trying to keep track of these wars sometimes gets to be a little confusing.
It's kind of fun, though.
Yeah.
Oh. Really?
Fun fact, if we wouldn't have given back Toronto and Montreal at the end of the American Revolution, there probably would never have been a War of 1812, and Canada wouldn't exist as it does today. Jacob said my email went to his spam box for some reason. Yeah, that can happen.
Okay, American Civil War quiz. Let's see how well Rich does with this. What was the bloodiest single-day battle in the American Civil War?
Antietam.
Correct. Okay.
Some
Who led the
historic-
raid on Harper's Ferry in 1859?
John
An
Brown.
event that was who?
John Brown.
John Brown. That is correct. Which of these machine guns was invented during the American Civil War? Would that be the Bren machine gun, the submachine gun, the Gatling gun, or the Mag machine gun?
The Gatling gun, which isn't really a
Correct.
machine gun because it's manually operated.
Which general American Civil War earned the nickname the Rock of Chickamauga? Hill, Cleburne, Thomas, or Sheridan?
Sheridan?
George H. Thomas.
Oh.
Who is the general that Lincoln fired for being too cautious after the Battle of Antietam?
Meade.
That's not one of the four. Eh?
Oh, well, one order four answers.
George McClellan.
Oh, McClellan.
Which semi-military secret organization was active in the Midwestern states during the American Civil War? Skull and Bones, Order of Assassins, Society of the Cincinnati, or Knights of the Golden Circle?
Knights of the Golden Circle?
That's correct. Where did Confederate General Robert E. Lee surrender to Union General Grant at the end of the Civil War?
Appomattox Courthouse in Virginia.
That's correct. Which city was the first capital of the Confederate States of America?
Birmingham.
That's not even one of the four.
Oh, Mobile?
Montgomery.
Montgomery. I knew it was in Alabama.
What did federal troops convert the house of Robert E. Lee to after they occupied it in 1861?
Oh, that's one I don't remember ever hearing.
It was converted into Army headquarters.
I was going to say a bordello.
In what year was Abraham Lincoln assassinated?
1865.
Yep. What was the site of the Confederacy's largest prison camp for captured Union soldiers?
Andersonville.
Which era immediately followed the American Civil War?
Reformation.
Reconstruction.
Oh, Reconstruction, yeah. Protestants had the Reformation. You got where I was going with this.
What was a famous speech delivered by Abraham Lincoln at the site of one of the most decisive battles of the American Civil War?
Gettysburg Address.
In which year was the Grand Army of the Republic, a patriotic organization of the American Civil War veterans, founded?
Crap. I know the answer to this. I'm drawing a blank. 1870?
1866.
1866.
Which of these ships fought in the first battle between ironclads?
Well, it's the Merrimack and the Monitor. So.
It was the Monitor, yes. Which battle of the American Civil War is also known as the Battle of Pittsburgh Landing?
I don't know.
The Battle of Shiloh. In which city did the draft riot of 1863 occur?
New York City.
Shadow, let's go to bed. Try to go to sleep. Come on.
Where was the Battle above the Clouds fought in 1863?
Go try to go to sleep, okay?
Trying to think of major battles in 63. And the only one that comes into my head is Gettysburg.
Lookout Mountain.
Lookout Mountain.
Which battle had the first duel between two ironclad warships in the history of the war?
Battle of the Ironclads. Which war? Which I don't. It was
Battle
a
of Hampton Roads is
the
what it's
Hampton
called.
Roads. Okay. Yeah, it was in Virginia. Damn it! Should have known that.
Which of these events marks the beginning of the American Civil War? The bombardment of Fort Sumter, Lincoln's first inaugural address, Lincoln issuing the Emancipation Proclamation, or the Siege of Vicksburg?
The Battle
Sure.
of Fort Sumter.
Who was the African American enslaved person who was also a captain and naval hero for the Union during the American Civil War? Was it Blanche Bruce, John Mercer Langston, Robert Smalls, or Joseph Rainey?
I'll go on a guess and say B. I don't know.
It was Robert Smalls.
I don't remember ever being taught about that. So,
Who proposed the Anaconda Plan military strategy during the American Civil War? Zachary Taylor, Albert Sidney Johnston, Lewis Cass, or Winfield Scott?
shit. Scott?
It was Scott. How many years did the American Civil War last?
Just under 5, if I remember correctly.
2, 4, 5, or 7?
I'll say 5 then.
It was 4 years.
4 years? Did you say 4?
2, 4, 5, or 7?
Oh, I missed you saying 4. It was just under 5.
What was the name given to citizens in the North who opposed the war policy of the North and advocated a negotiated settlement with the South to end the American Civil War? They were also called Peace Democrats, but what were they commonly referred to as?
I don't remember.
It's the name of a snake.
Rattlesnakes?
They were called Copperheads.
Copperheads.
Is a pejorative term. Any citizen in the North who opposed the war policy and advocated the restoration of the Union through a negotiated settlement about the snake that sneaks and strikes without warning.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Which American Civil War general is considered a major architect of modern warfare? Jackson, Custer, Longstreet, or Sherman?
Sherman.
Sherman. Which amendment guaranteed civil and legal rights to African Americans and enslaved persons who were emancipated after the American Civil War?
13th?
14th.
14th. Whatever, a bunch of things that were passed at that time period that could be categorized.
For which poem was Stephen Vincent Benet awarded the Pulitzer Prize? Young People's Pride, The Beginning of Wisdom, Western Star, or John Brown's Body?
I know nothing about poetry. I'm going to guess D.
D is correct. During which incident did Captain Charles Wilkes unlawfully seize 2 Confederate commissioners from a neutral British ship? Was it the Siege of Vicksburg, the Trent Affair, the Anaconda Plan, or the Battle of the Crater?
Wow. They really
It
taught a lot of.
nearly precipitated war between Great Britain and the United States.
Yeah, I know that. But they really taught a lot back then, didn't they? Oh, man. Battle of Vicksburg? Or
It
the
was the Trent Affair,
The Trent Affair? I couldn't remember. It's been a while since I studied that.
which was the name of the British ship.
Yeah, that part we didn't study in college. We studied that all the way back in high school.
Under whose
Been a while.
leadership did the Union Army suffer a crushing defeat at the Battle of Fredericksburg?
Under whose army?
Under whose leadership did the
Under-
Union Army suffer a crushing defeat at the Battle of Fredericksburg?
It had to have been either Jackson or Lee, because I was in Virginia.
There is a style of facial hair named after this man.
Oh, Burnside.
Burnside, that's correct. What was the official name of the states that seceded from the United States during the American Civil War?
The Confederate States of America.
That's correct. What was the Union's mission on the Peninsular Campaign in the American Civil War? To capture what city?
Vicksburg?
Richmond.
Richmond. Oh, see, it's been so long.
Which battle in the American Civil War was called the Waterloo of the Confederacy?
I can give you a few.
It was either the Battle of White Oak Road, the Battle of Globe Tavern, the Battle of Sailor's Creek, or the Battle of Five Forks.
Battle of Five Forks?
That's correct. Who commanded the Confederate Army in the American Civil War?
Lee.
God, if you get this wrong.
Lee Robert E. Type.
That's correct. Who commanded an African American regiment from a northern state during the American Civil War?
Matthew Broderick.
That's not even one of the 4 options.
No, but it's a joke.
Oh.
He played the guy in Glory.
It was William H. Kearny, Robert Gould Shaw, Frederick Douglass, or William Lloyd Garrison?
Robert Gould Shaw.
That's correct.
Yeah. Matthew McConaughey Matthew Broderick played him in Glory. You know, the movie.
Which Confederate general wrote the popular infantry manual used by both the North and the South during the American Civil War? Was it Leonidas Polk, Jubal Early, William J. Hardy, or Henry Halleck?
I'll say Jubal Early only because there's a road named for him in Winchester, Virginia.
William J. Hardy wrote a popular infantry manual used by both the North and the South.
Now, you want another little bit of trivia like that? Who instructed or was commandant of the U.S. Military Academy at the time? There were a lot of generals on both the Confederacy and Union were in training there.
No.
Robert E. Lee.
What name was given to people who relocated to the South from the North during the Reconstruction period and were accused by Southerners of exploiting the newly enfranchised freedmen?
Carpetbaggers.
Correct. Who was the Confederate general in command at the Fort Pillow massacre?
That I don't know.
Was it Joseph E. Johnston, Henry Halleck, John Bell Hood, or Nathan Bedford Forrest?
I'll say Forrest.
That's correct.
Yeah, he was not a good guy.
Which American soldier disguised himself as a man to fight in the Civil War? Was it Virginia Hall, Sarah Edmonds, Rose O'Neal Greenhow, or Clara Barton?
Well, Claire Barton was a nurse. That wouldn't be her. Oh, shit. I don't remember.
Sarah Edmonds was an American soldier who fought disguised as a man in the Civil War. At the outbreak of the American Civil War, she enlisted as Frank Thompson in a volunteer infantry company in Flint that became Company F, 2nd Michigan Infantry. She took part in the Battle of Blackburn's Ford, the First Battle of Bull Run, and the Peninsular Campaign of April-July 1862. Wow.
And by the way, she's not the only woman that did that either. There were a couple of them. That's why I couldn't remember which one that question was kind of on the vague side, because there have been, like I said, a few women that did that.
Which unit provided aerial surveillance of Confederate troops for the Union Army during the American Civil War? Was it the Signal Corps, the Kenner Mission, the Balloon Corps, or the 54th Regiment?
Was it the Signal Corps?
It was the Balloon Corps.
The Balloon Corps.
The Balloon Corps was a civilian aeronautical unit created during the American Civil War to provide aerial surveillance of Confederate troops for the Union Army. Balloons supported Union campaigns from ground stations and naval vessels. In the Peninsular Campaign, the capture of Island Number 10, the Savannah Campaign, and the Battle of Chancellorsville. Wow. Aerial surveillance. Very cool.
Yeah, hot air balloons were a thing back then. They were really popular in Europe.
Which battle is known as the turning point in the American Civil War?
Gettysburg.
Who was the Quartermaster General of the Union Army during the American Civil War?
Oh, hell. Damned if I remember that one.
Was it B.F. Isherwood, Montgomery Meigs, James Eads, or Cyrus Comstock?
Comstock?
No, Meigs.
No, Meigs. I don't know if I was ever told that one. I don't know if that ever came up in any of my classes.
How many states were there in the Confederate States of America?
Oh, Christ.
Was it 5, 9, 11, or 14?
11?
11.
Yeah. And one territory, if I remember correctly.
When Abraham Lincoln won the 1860 presidential election, seven southern states, South Carolina, Mississippi, Florida, Alabama, Georgia, Louisiana, and Texas, carried out their threatened split. When the war began, they were joined by 4 states of the Upper South: Arkansas, North Carolina, Tennessee, and Virginia. Who was the president of the Confederate States of America during the American Civil War?
Oh, God damn it. I know his name. What is it?
If I give you the 4, it's going to be pretty obvious.
Uh-huh. God damn, I can't remember his fucking name.
He's definitely not moving on up.
Oh, Jefferson Davis.
That's it.
I was like, oh my God, I know this. Why can't I get it?
Which series of battles in Georgia influenced the federal presidential election of 1864? Was it the Atlanta Campaign, the Petersburg Campaign, the Red River Campaign, or the Caucasus Campaign?
The Atlanta Campaign?
That's correct. Which American Civil War general later became President of the United States?
Grant.
Who was the chief of nursing, hospital, and welfare services for the Western armies under the command of General Ulysses S. Grant? Was it Ella King Newsom, Mary Ann Bickerdike, Clara Barton, or Florence Nightingale?
Was it Clara Barton?
Nope.
No?
Mary Ann Bickerdike. Which of these was not a Civil War battle? God, I ain't even. That's stupid. I ain't even going to read it.
I'll just
Who is
read
known
it.
for his photographs of politicians and events of the American Civil War? Was it Robert Capa, Louis Daguerre, Matthew Brady, or Edward Muybridge?
I can't say I've heard of any of them.
It's Matthew Brady. Who was the first African American to receive the Medal of Honor? Was it Philip Bazar, Lewis Henry Douglas, William H. Kearney, or Richard H. Kane?
I don't know.
It was William H. Kearney. For his bravery during the Second Battle of Fort Wagner. Which battle helped the Union regain the state of Tennessee? Was it the Battle of the Wilderness, Battle of Corinth, Battle of Belmont, or Battle of Fort Henry?
Battle of the Forest or Wilderness, whatever it was. My brain is starting to shut down. Okay, list the battles again, please.
Battle of the Wilderness, Battle of Corinth, Battle of Belmont, or Battle of Fort Henry?
The Battle of the Wilderness?
The Battle of Fort Henry.
Henry. See, I'm thinking McHenry, which would have been Baltimore. That's
Which
why.
Confederate general commanded the bombardment of Fort Sumter in 1861? Was it Don Carlos Buell, P.G.T. Beauregard, J.E.B. Stuart, or George Meade?
Well, Meade was Union general, so it couldn't have been him. Wait, did you say the general attacking or the general defending?
Commanded the bombardment of Fort
Okay.
Sumter.
Yeah, so it couldn't have been Meade. Jeb Stuart? Was he Confederate? Damn,
It was Pierre Gustave Toutant Beauregard.
Oh, there's a pretentious name if I ever heard one.
Who commanded the Confederate forces in Vicksburg during the Vicksburg campaign of the Union forces?
Oh my God.
Was it McClernand, Davis, Dodge, or Pemberton?
My brain is broken at this point.
Pemberton.
Yeah. I should know these answers and it's just not clicking.
Under which legislation was the South divided into 5 military districts after the war? Was it the Alien and Sedition Acts, the Reconstruction Acts, the Pacific Railway Acts, or the Civil Rights Act?
Reconstruction Act?
That's correct.
Yeah. This is my wheelhouse and I'm like forgetting shit left and right.
In which year was the Battle of Fort Sumter fought?
1860?
1861.
1961.
April 12th, to be exact.
Yeah.
Which acts were passed by the federal government during the American Civil War to liberate enslaved persons in the seceded states? Was it the Fugitive Slave Acts, the Reconstruction Acts, the Confiscation Acts, or the Missouri Compromise?
The Escape Slave Act.
It was Confiscation Acts.
Confiscation Act. Oh, you're talking about from the Union side, taken from.
Yep.
Like I said, my brain is like not functioning at 100% right now.
Which was the first submarine to sink an enemy ship during the American Civil War?
Does the Monitor count?
No.
I didn't think so. Christ, the only one I can think of is the Turtle, but that was the American Revolution. Oh shit! There was even a TV movie about it.
It sank the Union vessel Housatonic, if that helps.
Yeah, it was the Huntley or something like that.
It was a Hunley.
Hunley.
The H.L. Hunley.
Yeah. I knew it was something like that.
That's the last one.
Okay.
I'll quit.
Yeah, my brain is like slowly shutting down as you're asking me these questions. It's like I thought I left all that behind in college and high school. I mean, some of those that you were asking was something I hadn't even thought of since high school. You know? It's like, wow. And that was like 30 years ago, over 30 years ago. God. Where does the time go?
Let's see.
Even when I was studying it in college, it was more about policy and shit that we were studying. And tactics, not so much people. And when to be honest, the start of the Civil War happened before there was ever a shot fired.
When the ball was snapped on the Immaculate Reception play, when the ball was snapped, how many seconds were on the clock?
Honestly, I never paid attention to the game clock to be able to tell you. Always just watching the play. Never paid attention to the game clock in videos I've seen of it.
There were 22 seconds left. Okay. Who was the Immaculate Reception pass intended to be thrown to?
Was it Frenchie?
Mm-hmm. Let's see, what else can we glean from this? What was the final play of the game?
Shit, I don't know. I wasn't even alive yet. Why are you asking me for? Was it the kickoff?
Yeah, it was the ensuing kickoff. There was still time on the clock when he crossed the goal line, so they had to kick the extra point and they had to kick the kickoff. Yes. A lot of people, because you don't see that very often in the replays. Okay, let's see. What yard line were they on when they threw the Immaculate Reception?
Oh, hell, I don't know. Seriously, I have no idea.
They were on their own 40. So it was a 60-yard play.
I know John Madden went to his grave saying that it was an incomplete pass. No matter how many people analyzed the video and had him sitting there watching with them, say, nope, that was a catch. He swore to God that was an incompletion.
In the play that was called, though, Fuqua was not supposed to be the receiver, but the person it was intended for was covered, so he was a secondary receiver on the play.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, you'll see Bradshaw was looking one direction for a while.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he was the outlet. Number one, number two aren't open. You go to the third. Do your progressions.
What
And
NFL rule changed as a result of that game?
hell, I don't know.
Prior to that game, it was illegal for an offensive player to tap the ball to another offensive player. That's no longer illegal.
No.
That rule was instituted, I believe, the following season. It's like, we're going to get rid of this stupid rule so we won't have any more fighting over this.
If you watch the play all the way through, I don't think you can even argue that he was trying to tap it to Harris. That was just a missed pass, and then Harris just was in the right place at the right time.
No, Oakland's contention was, though, that Tatum hit Fuqua, the ball bounced off of Fuqua.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I mean. I mean, it wasn't that he intentionally tapping it to Harris, though, is what I'm saying. So even if you concede Oakland's point of view on that, it's still not an illegal play, even under that stupid old rule. If he was trying to volleyball pass it to Harris, that would have been one thing. You know what I mean? Which
Then
isn't.
I've also heard people bitching, what the hell was Harris doing during that play? Because he obviously wasn't doing too good a job trying to get open because he was trailing the play by several yards.
He might have been pass blocking. That was one of the fullback's jobs. That nobody ever stopped to think about that one, right? What would a fullback possibly been doing trying to play that far? Blocking for the quarterback?
And what a lot of people also fail to realize is it's a miracle that Harris was able to get across the goal line.
Mm-hmm.
He had to stiff arm one defender while a tight end who happened to be running beside him blocked another defender. Because if he'd have gotten tackled short of the goal line, the clock would have expired.
Yeah.
They didn't have any timeouts. So the collision happened at the 33-yard line. According to reports, Harris scooped up the ball at the 44. So the ball went backwards 11 yards.
Mm-hmm.
It's been pretty hard for an offensive player to knock it backwards 11 yards. But
yeah, that's my point. There's no way he was intentionally trying to knock that to Harris. Unless he had a mirror in his goddamn face mask. Side view mirrors on his helmet. Hey, there's Franco. I'm going to aim this right through that mirror and get it right to him.
unlike you, I actually watched the game in real time.
Oh, it's kind of hard to do that when you haven't been born yet. Christ, I wasn't even a year old when they won their first Super Bowl.
Being Kansas City Chiefs fans, one thing we learned is that we hated everything about the Oakland Raiders. And we were pretty upset that they were going to win this playoff game. So, and I think a lot of people hated the Raiders, so a lot of people were
Yeah.
cheering that day.
Yeah, I was going to say, as a Pittsburgh Steelers fan, we didn't like the Raiders very much either.
But I believe it was Pittsburgh's first playoff appearance in a number of years.
It was the first time that the Steelers have made the playoffs since they were the Steagles with the Philadelphia Eagles during World War II. So, yeah, it was kind of a big deal in Pittsburgh from what I've been told by my grandfather and other people. I mean, just making the playoffs was an improvement. I don't think the people would have cared if they lost their first playoff game. Just getting there finally. And knowing that they had a core that could do it over and over and over again, you know?
Who was the first person to coin the term immaculate reception?
I don't know. Was it Myron Cope?
Yep.
Yeah, sounds like something he would say. And the funny part is he was Jewish, so he had a Jewish take in a Roman Catholic concept.
According to the story I'm reading, a Pittsburgh woman by the name of Sharon Lavosky called Cope before his 11 p.m. sports broadcast that night and suggested the name, which was coined by her then boyfriend, Michael Ord, during a celebration at a local bar after the two attended the game in person. Cope decided to use the term on television and the phrase stuck. So, somebody by the name of Lavosky suggesting it was probably even more ironic. So,
I wonder if they lived on Polish Hill. It's an actual neighborhood in Pittsburgh.
fun fact, the Steelers led pretty much that entire game until Oakland come back and took the lead with 1:17 left. Jacob says it feels like a chat just for two between you and Gary. It pretty much is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're along for the ride.
Yeah. What can we talk about that Jason? I mean, Jason's only in his 20s, or Jacob's only in his 20s, so we'd have to talk about recent history. He never knew the Steelers played anywhere other than where they play now. So, what's this Three Rivers Stadium thing you're talking about?
Yeah.
You were there in Three Rivers Stadium? No, you weren't.
No, he said, "Did you guys watch the Tennessee-Alabama game? Which one?" I've watched quite a few games between Tennessee and Alabama in my lifetime. You gotta be more specific, Jacob. The one yesterday. Are you talking basketball? I don't watch basketball.
At approximately what time did Harris cross the goal line?
Huh?
At approximately what time was it that Harris crossed the goal line?
Shit, I don't know. Keep asking me all these
3:29 p.m. How long did it take to clear the fans off the field so the extra point could be kicked?
Another 3 hours.
15 minutes. What else? What was used for the first time in the call? It was the first known use of television replay to confirm the call.
Yeah, that wasn't even a rule back then.
Uh-uh. No, they actually had to call the officials up in the press box to confirm. Although it's disputed as to whether replay played any part in it, but
you ask one person, they say it did, and you ask another and say they didn't. So, who knows for sure? That was another thing that good old Mr. Madden complained about. They should have went with whatever they thought on the field. They should never been calling up to the review booth. I was like, but that was Madden. Madden was a character. Perfect coach for the LA or Oakland Raiders. They were Oakland Raiders at that point. The only thing different between Madden and the players is Madden didn't have a rap sheet.
Did you know that the Immaculate Reception was actually the first touchdown the Steelers ever scored in the postseason?
Mm-hmm.
In their previous playoff game, they were shut out. So, first touchdown ever.
Yeah, the Steagles doesn't count. They generally don't count that era when it comes to the record books because of the fact that World War II was going on. Other teams were depleted, and the Steelers and Eagles were so depleted they combined them together into one team just so that they could throw together some kind of football season during the war. That'd be World War II for those of you who don't know. The Pittsburgh, Philadelphia Steagles, or at one time they even called them the Pennsylvania Steagles.
Did you know that Franco Harris's mother and Phil Villapiano's father were both Italian immigrants and hailed from the same area of the Italian peninsula? After Villapiano's father helped Harris's mother, who still wasn't fluent in English at the time, speak for her son at a banquet in the native New Jersey.
I knew Harris's mother was
Now
from
you
Italy.
know the rest of the story. And what else is in dispute other than the fact of who touched the deflected ball?
They said Madden repeatedly stated that that was an incomplete pass. It should never been called as a completion.
Because
the ball hit the ground. That was his thing. The ball hit the ground.
yeah, there's not really any conclusive TV angle. At the time, they didn't have that many cameras on the field. So there wasn't a conclusive. The cameras weren't on Harris at the time.
Mm-mm.
He was kind of out of camera view.
Yeah, mainly the main shot you have of Harris is when he's already got the ball in his hands and is bringing it up to his chest. And then the ensuing run after catch.
Harris never said for sure whether he picked it up before it hit the
No,
ground.
he didn't. And I asked him, I personally asked him, and he's like, I'm not going to comment on that. He's like, there's been enough controversy. I'm not opening my mouth and adding more to it. That was his response. Yeah. So,
It was called a touchdown. That was funny.
yeah.
Well, the truth of the matter is, he probably doesn't know himself for sure in the heat of the moment. He
Mhm.
reached down as low as he could to get it.
Yep.
Oh, memories.
Yeah, we used to live in the same neighborhood as Franco on the north side. Not that far from Through River Stadium. And went to school with his son in elementary school. Or my brother did anyway. I was like 2 grades ahead of him. Went to his son's birthday party at his house and stuff. He was a cool guy, Franco Harris. Really laid back kind of guy.
All I know is after that, we got pretty sick of seeing Three River Stadium because, well, once the Steelers got good, it seemed like you saw that stadium every other week on TV, or at least
Mm-hmm.
we did, because they were almost always featured
Mm-hmm.
for another 10 years. Super Bowl was kind of anticlimactic for a while because you knew who was going to win the AFC Championship. It was like, here we go again. Pittsburgh, yay.
And if it wasn't Pittsburgh, it was the Raiders. Pittsburgh and the Raiders. That's why we don't like the Raiders, is because throughout the 70s, the freaking AFC Championship game was Raiders and Steelers, Raiders and Steelers.
Well, after a while, people started hating the Steelers too, but it took a while. It's kind of like the Chiefs. They were everybody's darlings till they win a couple Super Bowls, and it's like everybody hates them now. So
That cannot be said about the Patriots. Everybody hated the Patriots from the beginning.
well, that's because
And
they're the Patriots.
yeah.
What's not to hate, you know?
Mm-hmm. No, it
You
didn't help
had
that they were caught cheating and all this other shit too.
you- Tom Brady with that stupid smirk on his face all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Just it looked like somebody needed to slap the shit out.
Oh yeah, he looked like the kid in high school or college you just wanted to punch in the mouth.
Uh huh. It still does, as far as that goes. But
Mm-hmm. Oh, he's terrible in the announce booth. God, I thought Tony Romo was bad.
Romo's a joke.
Brady's worse. Every Steeler game that was on Fox this year, Tom Brady was in the booth. My God, he's terrible. Christ, he doesn't even sound like his balls have dropped yet.
Almost as bad as Joe Buck. I don't care for Joe Buck either, but as far as baseball announcers go.
Joe Buck got his job because of his dad.
Baseball coverage just pretty much sucks anyway.
Joe Buck is the Hunter Biden of baseball and sportscasting in general. Speaking of announcers, Mike Lang, the voice of the Penguins, died a couple weeks ago. He was a Hall of Fame announcer and a character. He was a character.
I just wish we had a hockey team to root for around here. I mean, the closest thing we have is the Blues.
Could root for Dallas.
Yeah, right.
Who'd
The old North Stars, yeah.
have thought that there would be a hockey team in Dallas? Who'd have thought there would have been a goddamn hockey team in South Florida, for Christ's sake?
I mean, okay, Utah I can half-ass understand. I mean, there's mountains and shit there and ski resorts. we'll give them that. But yeah, any of those places down south, Florida, Tennessee.
Yeah. Well, Tennessee gets snow. Jacob's going to bed, so night, Jacob.
Well, it is about
shut up,
12
cat.
miles.
I'm going to kill a cat.
Let's see. Well, L.A., I mean, that's not exactly hockey territory.
No. Neither is Vegas.
Yeah, but
remember, before they went to Utah, they were in Phoenix.
But Vegas does a pretty good job of filling that arena all the time. I will say that, and they are pretty. When I was in Vegas, I did see a lot of Golden Knights gear worn by local.
They are a good hockey team.
Yeah, they do support that. Now, I was also told by a guy who is from Vegas. He said, there aren't any Raiders fans in Vegas.
No, they probably aren't.
Because I told him, he says, I'm from Las Vegas. He's talking about my Chiefs hat. I said, oh, sorry about wearing the Chiefs hat. He said, don't worry about it. He said, there aren't any Raiders fans here in Vegas. He said, they're all tourists.
Hockey was invented in Canada. It's mostly played in the United States now. If you look at the NHL teams, the vast majority of them are in the United States.
If we had a team close by, I love watching hockey live. It is fun. We had minor league teams around here at one time. It's a good time.
It's fun to play too if you can skate. Which I
could barely roller skate. I can't imagine being out on the ice.
I can't do it anymore.
I was watching this series I've been binge watching lately, Relative Race. There was one, they do this challenge every day on the way to the relatives that they're going to visit. They have to go to the city, take a selfie with the city's name in the background, and then they have to pass a challenge before they can go to the relative's house. Well, this one challenge, because the guy they were visiting was a hockey fan. And so their challenge was, and I think this was Nashville. So it took them to basically the blue line, and they put them in full pads, full hockey pads, and then made them take shots from like the blue line into the goal. And somebody who's never played hockey before, it's fun.
That's not going to be easy to do.
Well, I think they had to take 5 shots from the blue line, then they had to back up to the red line and take 5
damn.
shots. And it took them forever to. Well, they had to sink. I think they had to sink 5 goals from the blue line and 5 from the red line, and they were there a while.
Yeah, I imagine. And just think, every one of those ones you miss from the red line, you just got called on a 2-line pass, which doesn't
If you
exist anymore.
if
But
you've ever seen somebody put on hockey pads, they're pretty substantial if you're not used to
yeah,
wearing it. It's
and
about like putting on a Michelin Man suit.
and the goaltender's outfit's even worse.
So swinging a hockey stick is one thing, but with all those pads on, the mechanics are all
Hmm.
messed up.
Oh yeah.
Plus, they were in street shoes on the ice, which made it a little even harder.
Mm. Were they regular street shoes or were they the ice shoes that like coaches and them wear?
I thought they walked out on the ice in their street shoes.
Well, the ice shoes I'm talking about look like regular shoes, but they
They
have
may
the
have given
special
special
bottom.
shoes to wear out there. I don't know.
Yeah,
That's
like
still
whenever
one of
you
the funnier challenges I ever saw.
yeah, like when you see the dignitaries walk out on the ice during the Stanley Cup and all that, they all wear those special shoes so that they don't fall and bust their asses. Basically, your shoes grip the ice, keep you from sliding.
And one of them on the opening day, they had all four teams attempting field goals on the Wake Forest football field, and they had to do various things to get down the field for four tries, and then they had to kick field goals from there. And some of these people had never touched a football in their lives, and watch them attempting a field goal.
Yeah, place kicking's not easy.
No,
I could punt the ball very far. I couldn't place kick for shit. If
needless
they'd
to say, it took all four teams a while to get that done.
Yeah, if our kicker in high school would have got injured, we'd have been in real trouble because there was no way I was doing it. If they wanted a squib kick, I could do that.
I have one time, and this was just kids practicing out on the football field, on the high school football field. I did kick a field goal one time, but it took several tries for me to get it.
Hmm.
And I think it would have been extra point length. The old extra point length.
Hmm. Well, in high school, it still would be the extra point line. As far as I know, high schools haven't adopted that NFL rule.
Well, at least in the old days of the NFL, a lot of the place kickers were short, kind of fat looking guys. So
Hmm.
theoretically, I could have done it, but trying to kick a football soccer style takes a little bit of practice if you never played soccer.
Yeah. Well, back in the old days, you look off the side of the field and the kicker would be smoking a cigarette and drinking a beer on the sideline. You think I'm joking, folks? Go watch some of the old video from the old days in football.
Yeah, a lot of the times kickers didn't even have pads on their legs.
Hmm. Shit, who is the one that kicked the ball with a club foot?
That would have been Dempsey, Tom
Yeah,
Dempsey.
that's what I thought it was. Yeah.
Yeah, he was born with only half a right foot.
Hmm.
Held the record for the longest field goal for the longest time.
Yeah. What?
Arguably, may have had a little bit of help not having a toe, but
Hmm. Was it Elam that broke the record?
yeah. And then it's been tied since.
Hmm.
I think Justin Tucker tied it.
Talk about kickers who didn't have a good year. Tucker had a hell of a drop off this year. He was missing left and right for a little while there.
That's a bad thing. Kickers tend to hold on until their point of failure. Very rarely do kickers leave the game at the top of their craft.
Yeah. Well, until the Steelers played the Ravens early in the season this year, the two most accurate kickers in Heinz Field were him and Boswell. Now Boswell is the most accurate kicker in Heinz Field history because Tucker missed 3 field goals and an extra point in that game. And it wasn't like they were super long distance either. He just had a bad year.
I'm still remembering that Super Bowl between the Miami Dolphins and the Redskins. I think it was Garo Yepremian. Somehow the holder lost the ball or something like that. It ended up in Yepremian's hands. He did this horrible attempt at a forward pass to God only knows who. The ball slipped out of his hands, and the Redskins ran it all the way back for a touchdown.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
I remember Marino's one and only Super Bowl appearance. Everybody was just so sure Miami was going to win that game. San Francisco was like, hold our beer.
Yeah, there's another team that was pretty easy to hate back in the day.
With the Niners.
The Niners, yeah, for a while they were dominating on their side. And then for a number of years, Buffalo was damn hard to beat, too.
Oh, hell, they went to 4 straight and lost 4 straight. Like, how do you go to 4 Super Bowls in a row and lose every one of them?
And you say wide right?
Yeah, an idiot kicker, that's how.
They were snake bit, man.
Uh-huh. But that run of 4 did produce one of the funniest plays ever. Somehow, big old Leon Lett gets the ball. He was running it back. Decides he's just going to walk into the end zone, and here comes Don Beebe flying up the sideline, knocks the ball out of his hand before he crosses the goal line and ends up in a touchback. That was hilarious.
Oh, Leon Lett, yeah. Same guy he cost the Cowboys another playoff game in the ice at Texas Stadium after a blocked field goal.
Yeah, that game with Lett, where Beebe caught up to Lett, was already pretty much over. Dallas had won that game. That was one of the Super Bowls.
Yeah, that's one we didn't want to hear about here for a number of years because Leon Lett was one of the few NFL players from the college I attended, which was Emporia State. So it's like cool. Our local guy's famous for fucking things up.
And the big guy's defense, he was probably out of breath by the time he got to the goal line. Just as he's about to cross it, boom! There goes Don Beebe knocking the ball out of his hand. That was freaking hilarious. It was funny too because it's like I forget which channel was broadcasting the Super Bowl that year, but they kept cutting back between Beebe and Lett. Is he going to make it? Is he going to make it? Don Beebe was a fast son of a bitch.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got kicked off for a minute. Yeah, there used to be T-shirts around here in the background then said "Let Leon alone" or something like that because he's one of the few who from the college I went to who ever made it to the NFL. because
Mm-hmm.
he went to Emporia State. So
When Let was questioned about it by the reporters, I don't know if you saw the interview. He laughed. He was a good sport about it. Said, "Yeah, I probably should have protected the ball a little bit better." He was like, "But I wasn't expecting that fast SOB to catch up to me that quickly. I thought for sure I had that in the end zone."
that's what happens when you get people who aren't used to carrying the ball.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I don't think anybody thought Don Beebe was going to catch him. That's the thing. If he wouldn't have slowed down there at the end, he would have been in the end zone. But at least he didn't run the wrong way.
That's true.
We had seen that in the NFL before.
Yeah, a few times.
Yeah.
See, Wilbur Marshall was one of them for the Vikings.
Mm-hmm.
Ran like 70 yards down the
The wrong way. Yeah.
yeah. Ran 70 yards down the field, crossed the goal line, threw the ball into the stands. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I saw a college highlight. I was just kind of watching bloopers and stuff, recent football bloopers, and this player runs off the field onto the sidelines, and then they backed the shot up a little bit. He was on the opposing team's sidelines, and they were giving him hell about it. Get on your own sidelines.
Mm-hmm. I saw an offensive player line up in the defensive huddle. I was like, "Yeah, you're in the wrong spot there, sport."
That can happen after a head injury. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
I remember under Bill Cowher, there was a rule on the Steelers where you weren't allowed to do dives and flips into the end zone anymore because one idiot broke his ankle doing it. Tomlin rescinded that rule for whatever reason.
you know what? I wish would come back. I wish they would bring back the damn delay of game penalties when people spike the ball or do stupid shit with it in the field of play.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's bad enough that some of these guys think it's cool to throw the ball down on the ground and spin it, but okay, that's not that bad, but spiking it or throwing it clear over the official's head, and in the old
Mm-hmm.
days, that would have been a delay of game flag.
Yeah. Yeah, depending on how egregious and unsportsmanlike conduct.
I never understood why they stopped calling that. It's like, come on, let's get on with the game.
Mm-hmm.
Celebrate when you get in the end zone. Yeah, great. You got a first down. Get back in the
Yeah.
huddle.
Get back in the huddle and do it again, stupid. Ooh, I got a sack. I'm going to act like I scored a touchdown. I'm going to run 20 yards downfield and jump in the air and flex like a gorilla. Yeah, sounds like a great idea.
Shit, if we did anything like that in high school, not only would we get a flag, but we'd be running laps the next practice.
Oh,
I
shit. We
guarantee.
just sat the next game. Our coach wasn't having none of that kind of shit.
Well, and our high school principal wouldn't have had anything of it either, but he was big into sportsmanship and stuff like that. So
Mm-hmm.
you'd do crap like that when I was in high school. Of course, when I was in high school, they still had the rule in basketball if a foul was called on you, you had to raise your hand. If you didn't, it was a technical foul.
Hell, those when I was in high school, the celebrations that these guys do now in the NFL, you'd been getting hit with a personal foul penalty. 2 of them, and you were out of the game.
Yeah, I never have understood after an interception, these people run 50 yards down the field so they can do an end zone celebration. They weren't even anywhere near the end zone. It's like, why is
Mm-hmm.
that not a delay of game penalty?
Mm-hmm.
That's stupid.
Yep. They all in the announce booth always uses the excuse, "Oh, he didn't hear the whistle. It's loud in here. He may not have heard the whistle."
Well, sometimes it's like a whole group of players will run down there, like
Uh-huh.
5 or 6 of them, run all the way down the end zone, do a little dance. It's like,
Yeah. It's like, what is the point?
gosh, I can remember in the 80s that there were players that were flagged after they sacked the quarterback and they'd do their little dance out there.
Mm-hmm.
They would throw a celebration flag on them.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just commonplace anymore.
Personal foul, excessive celebration.
Like, just play the damn game, folks.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to see you dance.
Nope.
And if you want to do that, go on Dancing with the Stars and be a dancer. Shit.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them do, I guess, but
Yeah. Or get a time machine, go back into the 80s and be on, or late 70s, early 80s, and be on Solid Gold, for God's sake. Or
God.
Soul Train. God. Yeah. My mother had to watch Solid Gold every week. It's like, why are we watching this?
I still remember the theme song to it because that meant it was time to turn the TV off or turn the channel, one or the other, because I did not like that show.
Which show?
Solid Gold.
Oh. I didn't care for it that much either.
Usually it was Saturday night around 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock, something. I knew it was
Mm-hmm.
time to get in a car and go partying or something, get the hell out of the house. Like, I don't want to watch this shit.
Mm-hmm.
Go
There
find
was
my friends and go do something.
I can't remember what it was, but there was something that was right on after it that I did want to watch. And had to sit there and suffer through Solid Gold because that's what my mother wanted to watch. God damn it.
See, we had 2 TVs. Dad and I usually watched the one in the den. That was a smaller TV, and then there was a big one in the living room. And usually that was Mom's TV.
Mm-hmm.
Unless the Chiefs were on, sometimes we'd all get in the living room because that was a big color TV. And the one in the den was a little 12-inch black and white. But
Yeah.
yes, back in the days when they had black and white TVs.
I had a 20-inch black and white in my bedroom when I was a teenager, thank you. I know what a black and white TV is.
If Jacob was here, he'd be going, "What? A TV without color?"
Right?
Oh, yeah, because they were cheap back then.
What's a CRT?
Yeah, a lot of times you had a second TV as a little black and white somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
How did you get by without color? Easy, you just got by without it.
Yeah, you guessed what the colors were. Basically what you did. You can
We
tell
didn't have
somewhat.
we didn't have a color TV until I was 10 years old.
Yeah.
I was amazed when we got a color TV and actually saw what color some of the teams' uniforms were. It's like I didn't know those were green. Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
Some of the colors you could approximate what they were by the shade of the black and white, but you couldn't tell for sure. That's for damn sure. And watching the old Adam West Batman, you got a pretty good idea what the color was because you saw Batman comics too. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But, yeah. Most of the time, you were just guessing what color the person's outfit was, or they would say, like on Adam 12, looking at it for a guy with black sneakers. What the fuck?
Well, I'm old enough to remember when, at least in the mid 60s, it wasn't uncommon at all for them to announce that a telecast was in color because they weren't always. Some TV series were still in black and white in the mid 60s. And if you watch like old I Love Lucy reruns or Honeymooners or any of that stuff, it's always in black and white anyway. So,
Yeah. Do you know what the last show to go to color was?
uh-uh.
I Dream of Jeannie. That was the last show to go color. And the reason why they didn't go color right away is because it was a mid-season replacement for something else, and they weren't sure it was going to last. The only episode of Perry Mason that was shot in color was the very last episode of Perry Mason.
Yeah, Perry Mason's just got a black and white feel to it, though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't think that show would have been as good if it would have been in color.
No. Although Beverly Hillbillies transitioned to color mid-series, and it didn't hurt them too much. But
Well, no, but that the serious feel of Perry Mason just lent itself well to black and white.
well, especially the courtroom scenes, because it was
Uh-huh.
perfect for the courtroom scenes.
You watch a mystery, there's something to I don't know if you feel the same way, but watching mysteries, black and white in the old movies just seems to fit better than color in these newer movies. It just adds a darker feel to the movie. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Which is why like movies like Schindler's List were filmed in black and white and not color.
Oh, that is a super cool movie. Because all of it is black and white except for the final scene in the cemetery. If you remember, they have a shot of a hillside and then it changes from black and white to color and you can see the green grass and then it kind of pans off to the cemetery where they're all putting a rock on Schindler's Stone in the cemetery.
Mm-hmm.
Long ass movie. I remember it having an intermission when I went to see it at the theater.
Yeah.
One of the few, that and Titanic. Like a 3 hour runtime or something like that.
Yeah, so, there used to be a rule, I don't know if it's still in place or not, where anything over 3 hours had to have an intermission.
Schindler's List is one of the few movies I ever saw at the theater that when it was over, I just couldn't get out of my seat for a second. It's like, holy shit. That was powerful.
Damn it, I can't remember. Was Oppenheimer in black and white or did they film that in color? I can't remember.
Haven't seen it.
That seems like it would be a good movie that would have more weight to it, filmed in black and white too. Yeah, I haven't seen Oppenheimer either, but it's supposed to be a really good movie.
What's the most famous movie that starts out in black and white and ends up in color?
A movie I can't stand, The Wizard of Oz.
There you go. One of the first uses of color in a movie.
Mm-hmm.
And
That and Gone with the Wind, they came out the same year.
if you ever read on the process they had to use to produce that color, it was weird.
One of the very first movies to incorporate color was Lon Chaney's Phantom of the Opera. He wore a red outfit in that, and it was red. I think they were only able to, most of the movies black and white, but they used a process which turned his outfit red. It was the beginnings of color film. That was in the silent era. For those out there watching who may not understand why that's a big deal, Lon Chaney's outfit when he was dressed as the Red Death in Phantom of the Opera is the equivalent of the lightsaber battles in Star Wars in the late 70s. The technology was not thought to be able to do that kind of stuff until those movies came out.
We still got 2 people watching this?
That's what it says.
Huh.
3 if you count Rumble.
Yeah. Wonder if those 2 people are awake. Guns and Barbecue was on here. He might have fell asleep.
Yeah. Saw him on there. Yeah, he may have fallen asleep here. He's muted and everything, so who knows?
Huh?
Oh, there he is.
And say, does the Rumble thing not tell you that, oh, you're in the thing now?
Oh, you're in the thing now.
It depends on if I have it set to where I have to approve you to come in or not.
Gotcha. Oh, so just like, you just jump in and doesn't even...
Right.
Gotcha.
Because I have it set to where you don't need approval to come in because I know who has the links,
Ah, yes.
If it were like when Giz was doing the Sunday show and he would throw the link out there for anybody to come in, then I would have the need approval to get in.
Yeah. Or like I did for 300 episodes.
Mm-hmm.
Never had a wiener appear on my screen. Although there was that one time that somebody showed a hemorrhoid. That was weird.
Okay.
I think Gary was around for that one.
Oh,
That's when all that.
the prolapsed rectum? Is that the one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was quick on the trigger. I was quick on the trigger to get it gone, but I mean,
That's
because like I was just like, I don't know who this is. I feel like something bad's about to happen, and all of a sudden their fucking camera came on, and as soon as the camera flicked on, I was already ready to click them off, and I got them out of the stream real quick. But if you went back and like went real slow, you'd be able to fucking see it. It's like, fuck, I'm gonna have to take this down.
There's some weird people out there, man.
That was back when all that Tiamat bullshit was going on. After he said all that
Oh
racist
God.
garbage on
Oh,
his
yeah.
channel, and I was like, yeah, like you're gonna have to stay away for a little bit, and then he just went completely fucking berserk, and I was like, all right, you just stay away forever.
Mm.
He's still out there on other people's chats. So.
Oh yeah, he swings off a Honda's dick.
No goody.
Them two were made for each other.
Uh-huh.
But going back to the Wizard of Oz stuff, like fun fact, the coat that the wizard wears, turns out the guy that actually wrote the book for the Wizard of Oz, um, when they went to they went to a thrift store or something to look for a jacket for the wizard, and they found a jacket, and they had taken it to the dry cleaner. The dry cleaner's like, "Hey, you know that this name's inside of it," and they're like, "What the fuck?" And because obviously working on the Wizard of Oz, they knew who wrote the book, and it was the same first initial and last name as the author of the book. Now the author was dead, but his wife was still alive, so they got a hold of her, and she confirmed it was actually his jacket. Nobody had a clue when they purchased it. One, that it was his jacket. Two, that it had his name inside of it. They just liked it for uh, the prop for the wizard to wear. So they're like, "That's perfect." I was like, "That's pretty friggin' cool."
But Rich doesn't like the movie because he hates kids.
I am not Demolition Ranch. Thank you very much.
Also, Rich, if I was a NFL player and I tackled somebody like Derrick Henry, I too would run 10, 15, 20 yards down the field, flexing like a overgrown fucking gorilla. Because, like, have you seen the size of that guy?
Yes.
Like, Jesus Christ, you'd have to be a fucking gorilla to tackle that guy.
Yeah, which makes me wonder why in the first game between the Steelers and the Ravens they were able to contain that guy, but in the second game they weren't. It just didn't.
Right?
A lot of shit didn't make sense this season.
Yeah, friggin'. Like, I saw this video where somebody was at the Pro Football Hall of Fame, and like I've been there, and I don't remember this exhibit, I guess you could call it, but they had, I don't know who the player was either. It's a running back, I guess, and they had done molds of his thighs, well, just of his legs in general, but his thighs up at the hips were something like 36 or 38 inches around for each. I was like, that's the waist of a single grown man,
Yeah.
and you're talking about both legs are like that. Like again, yeah. If I'm tackling that guy, I'm running down the field 15, 20 yards, flexing like a gorilla. I don't care. It's that's a video to go look up too, folks. If like you haven't seen that, like it's friggin' amazing to see. Like a grown man standing inside the casting of another man's legs.
that just sounds weird.
It does sound weird, but
You got to find a quiz to give barbecue now, Gary.
About what?
I don't know.
He never claimed to be an expert on anything.
I never claimed I was an expert on anything either. Sarge is the one that said I'm an expert on everything.
you are Wikipedia. Fuck. Is my printer on standby?
I didn't do it.
I didn't do it. The hell, even if I was Reed Richards, I couldn't read your printer from here. I don't
Well,
think
I'm
he
here.
stretched that far. Huh?
Said I'm here and I can't read the thing.
Well, if you were Reed Richards, you could.
No idea who Reed Richards is.
Mr. Fantastic from the Fantastic Four.
Nope.
You deprived child. What about Plastic Man? You know Plastic Man?
No.
You never watched the Plastic Man cartoon? Damn.
Never heard of it.
Oh, man. Yeah, you are deprived. Anyway, they could stretch really far, but I don't think I could reach that far.
All right, fixed it. I don't know how it didn't just pop up with that, but
Okay, Rich. What Pirates player fielded the final batted ball in Forbes Field and also fielded the first batted ball in Three Rivers Stadium?
What's it
what?
called?
See if he
I was
can
gonna
come up with this.
I was gonna say that just to be a smartass, but like, what are the options here? I thought this was a quiz for me. I thought I got to be
Yeah, I
quizzed
thought
now.
this was...
See if he can answer this.
Yeah. Wikipedia.
Christ.
I mean, hell, Clemente is the only old Pirates player I know like that.
Clemente or Stargell? I can't... would be my guess.
Actually, it was Bill Mazeroski.
Oh, Mazeroski.
Never even heard
Few
of him.
people remember he played until the 72 season. So
You never heard of Bill Mazeroski?
Yeah.
The hero of the, what was it, 61 World Series?
Yep.
60
60.
World Series.
I knew it was 60 or 61.
What did he do that was so heroic?
Hit the home run that beat the Yankees.
Still
Oh.
the only seventh game walk off in World Series history, I believe.
But come on, is he Bo Jackson?
Bo Jackson wasn't even born yet at the time.
No, Mazeroski's in the Hall of Fame.
Where was Mazeroski born?
Oh.
Wheeling, West Virginia, believe it or not.
So he was a local boy. Wheeling might as well be a suburb of Pittsburgh at this point.
Let's see.
Just about. Bo Jackson was born November 30th, 1962.
Okay. This is a Pennsylvania Challenge quiz.
Oh, shit.
Oh, boy.
Let's see how well you know Pennsylvania with this 10-question multiple choice quiz. Since you're both from Pennsylvania, let's see.
It's going to be bad.
How many counties are in Pennsylvania? Your choices are 63, 67, 70, or 73.
I don't know. I never counted them all.
63. What else?
63, 67, 70, or 73?
I know
I'm gonna
there's
go
a
with
lot.
67.
I'll say 70. If I was
67 is the correct answer.
That one I've looked up because I was gonna say it's like 69, but when I heard 67, I was like, it's probably 67.
Okay, what is Pennsylvania's most valuable mineral? Limestone, granite, shale, or coal?
cool.
Ooh. Well, this is kind of misleading too, because valuable as in most abundant, or valuable as in dollar amount.
I'm just reading the question. The answer is coal, by the way.
That's what I was gonna, because I mean we got the largest anthracite deposit in the world. Actually, we have 90% of the anthracite in the world.
And there's a good chunk of it that's on fire.
Okay,
Yeah.
what is the name of the river at the state capitol? Is it the Susquehanna,
It's
the
the
Lackawanna, the
Susquehanna.
Delaware, or the Schuylkill?
Susquehanna. I was just driving over it a couple of times last month,
Correct.
Yep.
and it was
Oh.
frozen solid.
Okay, what date did Pennsylvania become a state? July 4, 76, December 12th of 1787, May the 4th, 1607, or October 12th, 1492?
It was the second one.
That's
Yeah.
correct. What does Pennsylvania mean?
Penns Woods.
Penns Woods? That's correct. What is Pennsylvania's nickname?
The Keystone State.
Yep.
That is correct. What is the highest point in Pennsylvania?
Oh fuck.
Is it Bald Eagle Mountain, Wapsanonock Mountain, Brush Mountain, or Mount Davis?
Bald Eagle Mountain.
Mount Davis, believe it or not.
Never even heard of Mount Davis.
Neither have I.
What is the lowest point in Pennsylvania? Is it Delaware, Lake Erie, or 3 Mile Island?
Ooh.
Since when is Delaware in Pennsylvania? I thought that was its own state.
Say, because I'm wondering if,
I'm
because
thinking
like
it's
right
got
where I am is starts to border on the edge of the Appalachians, but we're still Ohio
Yeah.
Valley technically, which
Yeah, I'm thinking it's got to be
Lake
somewhere. up in-
Erie would probably be Ohio Valley, but with where 3 Mile Island is,
Yeah, but I'm thinking it's got to be somewhere closer over towards Philadelphia because most of Pennsylvania is in the mountains except for as you get over towards Philly.
yeah, that's why I'm kind of.
That's why I'm wondering if it's Delaware.
The Delaware River is the lowest point in Pennsylvania at sea
That's
level.
what I was thinking.
Yep.
Okay, what is the least populated county in Pennsylvania? Is it Forest County, Pike County, Bedford County, or Elk County?
Bedford.
I don't know if it's Bedford.
What do you think it is, Rich?
Shit, I don't know. I'm thinking it's probably one of the northern counties. But
With a population of 7,716, Forest County is the least populated county
No
in
shit.
Pennsylvania.
I say honestly, I thought it would not that it would be super populated, but I mean I'm not far from Forest County, and believe it or not, it's kind of fucking tourist area.
mm-hmm.
Okay, and last
Bedford's
question.
got like a major hospital and stuff there. That's why I didn't think it was
Oh,
going to
does
be
it?
Bedford. Yeah.
I didn't realize.
Question 10. What two counties have more deer than people? Would it be McKean and Mifflin County, Cameron and Potter County, Bedford and Tioga County, or Lehigh and Lycoming County?
What was the second option again?
Cameron and Potter County.
I think I'm gonna go with that one.
Yeah, I don't know.
If it's not that one, it's the last one.
That is the correct answer. There are more deer than people in Cameron and Potter counties. Wow.
Yeah.
Well, you know where to go deer hunting, barbecue.
Let's see, what else can we do here? Boring as hell. Boring as hell.
We only fucked up one, and that's because we've never even heard of fucking Davis Mountain.
Yeah.
Let's see, basic Pennsylvania history, Philadelphia history. It happened in Pittsburgh. Multiple choice. This should be fun for Rich. Okay.
Oh,
It happened in Pittsburgh. Sounds like Simpsons did it.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Could be worse. Could be it happened in Florida.
What ice cream novelty treat was introduced in 1929 by Pittsburgh company Isley's?
It's Isley's.
Okay. What's the answer?
Oh, Sunday?
Is
Oh, no, the
it
Klondike.
Fudge Sickle, Scooter Crunch, Klondike Bars, or Choco Taco?
The Klondike bar. It's an
Okay.
Isley's original.
Which of the following movies was not filmed in the Pittsburgh area? Silence of the Lambs, The Butterfly Effect, Inspector Gadget, or Night of the Living Dead?
The Butterfly Effect.
Which of these McDonald's sandwiches was invented in Pittsburgh? Quarter Pounder with cheese, Big Mac, Filet of fish, or Chicken McGrill?
I'm going to say, since it's Pittsburgh area, the Big Mac, but it was actually invented in Uniontown.
What is the only city with more bridges than Pittsburgh? London, Venice, Vancouver, or Paris?
Venice, I'll say.
Venice, okay. What happened in Pittsburgh in 1980? Was it the first time email was used, the first hair transplant, the first use of an internet emoticon, or the first time lasers were used for surgical purposes?
I'll go with the last one.
What year was the first pull-tab can developed in Pittsburgh? 1983, 1962, 1972, or 1958?
72?
What game was first played in Pittsburgh? Bowling, bingo, poker, or baseball?
Bingo?
Which of the following comes on every sandwich from Primanti Brothers, unless you
Coleslaw.
specify otherwise? Which of the following amusement park attractions was invented by a Pittsburgh native?
The
The
Ferris wheel.
carousel, the Ferris wheel, the roller coaster, or the food stand?
Ferris wheel.
We Pittsburgh natives sure love our ice cream. What ice cream delight was first served in Pittsburgh? The hot fudge sundae, the ice cream cone, the popsicle, or the banana split?
Hot fudge sundae?
Okay, submit my answer. Oh, I got. Okay. Question 1, Klondike bars was the correct answer. Question 2, you also got correct. The butterfly effect, yes. Question 3, you also got right. 4 was right. 5, you missed.
Oh.
What happened in Pittsburgh in 1980? The correct answer was the first use of an internet emoticon.
That was a total guess on
It
that
came
one.
from Scott Fallman of Carnegie Mellon University in 1980.
Why am I not surprised? Carnegie Mellon was the nerd university in Pittsburgh.
What year was the first pull-tab can developed in Pittsburgh? The correct answer was 1962.
Oh, 62.
Developed by Alcoa and first used by the Pittsburgh Brewing Company, or Iron City, in 1962.
Yep.
And they
I
were
knew
only available in this area for many years.
I knew they were the first ones to do it, but I couldn't remember what year.
And the last question. What ice cream delight was first served in Pittsburgh? The correct answer was banana split, which was invented by Pittsburgh area resident Dr. David Strickler, owner of Strickler's Drugstore.
Yeah, I wasn't sure on that one. Everywhere you went in Pittsburgh had a hot fudge sundae or a hot fudge brownie sundae, so I wasn't sure which one it was right.
So you got 7 out of 10. Okay, let's see. What Let's see. Pennsylvania history, state history, Philadelphia quiz, Allentown. Let's see.
Don't know anything about Allentown or
How about
Philadelphia.
William Penn? Do you know your William Penn?
I know about Allentown. Rudy came from there. No, I'm joking. We can try William Penn.
William Penn. Okay. All right. What religion was William Penn?
He was a Quaker.
He was a Quaker. Where was William Penn born?
England.
Dublin, Liverpool, London, or Manchester?
Oh, you know what? More specific. Whatever.
Manchester. I don't know.
In
We'll go with
1677, a group of important men, all from Penn's religion, received a land area in the colonies for them to settle. Penn himself remained in England, but wrote a government for this new community. In what part of the U.S. was this land area located? Eastern New Jersey, Western New Jersey, Pennsylvania, or Delaware?
Well, he was the state's named for him. I'll say Pennsylvania.
On March
Well,
4th,
I don't know
1680.
because what was it's kind of goofy with the way
Yeah,
Pennsylvania grew.
and
He
the whole
he did some kind of fucked up shit to the natives with the way they expanded the state. I'm just wondering
the whole
if
dispute between PA and Delaware, whether Delaware should be part of Pennsylvania or not. You got that too.
yeah. That's why I'm.
See, now you got me second guessing my answer.
Yeah, see, it's not so cut and dry.
I don't know.
Fuck it, we'll just say Pennsylvania. Fuck it.
Okay, on March 4th, 1681, King Charles II gave to William Penn a large area of land to colonize himself. Why did the king give all this valuable land to Penn?
The whiny bitch.
A, he had a great admiration for Penn and his vision. B, Penn promised the king yearly payments. C, he wanted to be rid of the many minority religions. Or D, to settle a large debt that he had with Penn's father.
D?
I think it was D.
Okay. Penn lived in this new colony from 1682 to 1684 and 1699 to 1701, where he implemented a most impressive and advanced form of democratic government. He also tolerated people of all different religious beliefs. His political ideals were a great inspiration for the U.S. founding fathers. Philadelphia was the first city that Penn planned and built in his colony. What does the word Philadelphia mean?
City of Brotherly
City of Brotherly Love.
I love the see your choices were filthy streets, kindness to all, brotherly love, or religious freedom. Yeah.
The first one would apply to.
And see, and this is why I'm still thinking about the Delaware thing, Rich, because the first city was Philly.
Mm-hmm.
Penn guaranteed all people living in his colony religious freedom. What did this mean? All religions were protected, but no individual requirement for belief? All people were free to choose their faith as long as they believed in God. Only Christian religions were protected, or all religions practiced in England would be accepted.
I think it's A because you did.
Yeah,
There were
pretty
other.
sure it's
Okay, Penn treated the Indians of Pennsylvania with great fairness. Penn even learned some Indian languages so as to better communicate with them. The great treaty made with the Indians that provided them with a substantial amount of money for their land was made under blank. A, the Pennsylvania Capitol building. B, the Indian tent. C, log cabin. Or D, elm tree.
log cabin.
I was going to say elm tree, but
Well,
Oh,
let-
Rich
we'll
is
let
Wikipedia, so
Huh?
don't
I say Rich is Wikipedia. His
doesn't mean I'm
his,
right.
You're gonna go with
yeah,
elm
but
tree?
you're Wikipedia. His answer trumps.
Okay, if you say so.
Okay. True or false? Penn was an early abolitionist to fight slavery.
It's a good chance of that being true.
I could see it, but I don't recall ever really learning that.
Yes or no? Is the smiling man on the Quaker Oats box meant to be the likeness of William Penn?
No.
Not that I know of.
And last question. What is known in Philadelphia as the curse of Billy Penn? Okay, your choices are A, crime is a major urban problem for the city. B, there seems to always be corruption within city government. C, the city for the most part is quite dirty. Or D, Philadelphia sports teams cannot win championships.
Well, seeing as how the D has happened, I don't see how it could be that, but that would have been my guess. But I just don't see that how that would play in because both the Phillies and the Flyers have won championships. The Eagles just won the World Series. I mean, the Super Bowl. Damn, I told you my brain ain't working fully.
See, I'm pretty sure Flyers had a Stanley Cup or two.
Yeah, that's what I said.
The Sixers, I believe, have an NBA championship at one time or another. So, what's your choice?
Philadelphia sucks.
You want to go for the dirty city or corruption or crime?
Corruption.
Corruption. Okay, let's see how did you score? Okay, question 1 is correct. Question 2, William Penn was born in London, not Manchester. Let's see. The land that William Penn received to settle was in western New Jersey. Roughly where Burlington, New Jersey is now. Okay. 4 was correct. 5 was correct. 6. Religious freedom, according to William Penn, meant all people were free to choose their faith as long as they believed in God. Okay, the elm tree was correct for question 7. The abolitionist question, the correct answer was false because William Penn himself owned and traded slaves. Question 9, no, that's not him on the Quaker Oat box. And on question 10, the correct answer was Philadelphia sports teams cannot win championships.
Well, history says otherwise.
There was a gentleman's agreement in Philadelphia not to build any structure higher than the brim of the statue of William Penn's hat that stood atop City Hall. This was broken in the late 1980s, and since then, no Philadelphia sports team had won a championship until the Phillies in 2008. So, you scored 5 out of 10 on that quiz.
It's not bad. I mean, you think about how many people could answer questions about the founder of their state. I'll take 50%.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, since we got the Keystone guy here, let's do the historic Keystone State.
Oh.
Who was the only Pennsylvanian to be elected president? Was it Eisenhower, McKinley, Garfield, or Buchanan?
Was it Buchanan?
I don't know.
Rich, Google this shit.
I'm not cheating.
All right. Well, since we got one answer, we'll go with it. Okay. Jim Thorpe, voted the greatest athlete of the first half of the 20th century, attended what college?
Carlisle.
Okay. At the Battle of Gettysburg, this Union officer noticed that Little Round Top was not defended and took it upon himself to deploy troops there just in the nick of time. Who was it? Come on, Rich. You're the
I should know this. I was just there not that long ago.
Like if you said the name, probably know it. But
okay, I'll give you your choices: Colonel Strong Vincent, General Daniel Sickles, Colonel Joshua Chamberlain, or General George Meade.
Oh shit! I don't know to go with Strong Vincent or Mead.
My first inclination was Mead before Gary even read the answers.
We'll go with Mead then.
Okay. In the U.S., the oil industry got its start in this western Pennsylvania community.
Oil
Was
City.
it
Yeah,
Titusville, Pit Hole, Oil City, or Tionesta?
Oil City. It's named because that's where the first oil well in the country was.
Yep.
In the Battle of
Still is.
Lake Erie, this ship served as Oliver Hazard Perry's flagship by
Brig
the close
Niagara.
of the battle. What?
Brig Niagara.
I'll go with
Niagara.
him.
That's the very first choice, so we'll go with that. Okay. 1905 saw the first factory of one of these companies open and the incorporation of a second. Which are the two companies? Is it U.S. Steel and Bethlehem Steel, Standard Oil and the Alcoa Corporation, U.S. Steel and Carnegie Steel, or Hershey Foods and the H.J. Heinz Company?
Sorry, what was the question again?
1905 saw the first factory of one of these companies open and the incorporation of a second.
Heinz was before 1905. I know that, so I don't think it's Hershey and Heinz.
I feel like Carnegie was.
Carnegie was before that. He was around in the
Yeah.
1800s. So what was the first one?
U.S. Steel and Bethlehem Steel.
God,
What's the second?
Standard Oil and the Alcoa Corporation.
go with that one.
Okay. A long-standing urban legend states that Adolf Hitler modeled the German Autobahn after this highway. Which highway? Was it the Lincoln Highway, the Pennsylvania Turnpike, Route 66, or the Lancaster Pike?
Let's see. The Lincoln Highway is Route 30.
Yeah.
Turnpike is I-76. I don't think the interstate highway system wasn't coming around until Eisenhower was president. What was the other two?
Route 66 and the Lancaster Pike.
Which, isn't that Route 1?
Yeah, maybe.
Want to go with Lincoln?
Yeah, we'll go with that.
The first all-motion picture theater opened in this city in 1905. Was it Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, Erie, or Johnstown?
Any idea if it's Pittsburgh or Johnstown, Rich?
My first inclination was to say Pittsburgh. I know we had the first radio station.
Because I can guarantee it's not Erie.
No.
But I could almost see it being Johnstown, though, just with the way that town was back then.
Yeah.
Like it's one of those sleepers where it'd just be like, no shit.
You want to go with that?
What, Pittsburgh?
No, Johnstown. Which one do you want to go with? You guys talk it over.
Honestly, I don't know. If you got a strong inclination with Johnstown, we could do that.
Oh, I don't. I just feel like it's a sleeper.
I know downtown.
Rich's first inclination was Pittsburgh. We'll go with Pittsburgh.
Yeah, downtown used to have the big movie theater there where Benham Center is, and that place has been there forever. What the hell was the name of that theater? I was just talking about this with my son the other day, and I can't remember the name of the theater now.
Okay, Penn State football coach Joe Paterno attended this Ivy League university. Which? Was it Brown, Harvard, Yale, or Dartmouth?
Damned if I know.
Joe Paterno, what?
What Ivy League university did he attend? No fair Googling.
Wasn't he a Jersey boy?
I think so.
So Princeton?
Princeton's not even on the list.
On the list. Never mind.
So Yale, Harvard, what else?
Brown, Harvard, Yale, or Dartmouth?
Say Harvard. Fuck it.
Yeah. So,
It seems like he would be too
Okay,
smart.
Rich. Confederate troops under the command of General John McCausland burned this town on July the 20th, 1864. Which was it? Was it Uniontown, Chambersburg, Gettysburg, or
Chambersburg.
Carlisle?
Chambersburg.
Okay. This muckraker from Erie wrote for McClure's magazine and gained fame for her expose history of the Standard Oil Company. Who was it?
Oh
Was it
God.
Lucretia Mott, Anne Morrow Lindbergh, Carrie Nation, or Ida Tarbell?
Go with Ida Tarbell.
Ida Tarbell.
That's the only name I know or know of.
Okay, according to you guys, this weird pronunciation. In 1901, Andrew Carnegie sold his Carnegie Steel Company to J.P. Morgan. Which giant corporation did he own? Was it Alcoa Corporation, U.S. Steel, Bethlehem Steel, or Kaiser Aluminum?
I don't know. I didn't even know J.P. Morgan was involved in that.
So are they asking what it was that Carnegie owned that he sold to J.P.
No.
Morgan,
No,
No.
or what did
Morgan.
J.P. Morgan own?
What Morgan owned.
I feel like it was probably shit.
A little bit of everything. If I
Yeah.
remember right about J.P. Morgan.
So there's U.S. Steel, Bethlehem Steel. What were the other two?
Alcoa Corporation or Kaiser Aluminum?
Alcoa?
Alcoa.
I
Okay.
think.
This Pennsylvanian helped to negotiate the alliance between the Continental Congress and France. Who was it?
Frank?
Was
Ben
it
Franklin?
John Dickinson, Albert Gallatin, Governor Morris, or Benjamin Franklin?
Franklin, I know, was trying to
So
get
he-
England to back off and working with France, but there was a bunch of other people who were behind the scenes too.
But Franklin was a French playboy.
British playboy too.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay. What is the
He
oldest
was swinging
college?
everywhere.
What is the oldest college west of the Allegheny Mountains in continuous operation? Is it the University of Pittsburgh? Is it Carnegie Mellon University, Westminster College, or Washington and Jefferson College?
Oh, jeez.
God.
I know University of Pittsburgh dates back to 1887. No, 1787, excuse me. It was founded right around the same time the Constitution was. Shit. What were the other two or three?
Carnegie Mellon, Westminster College, Washington and Jefferson.
I know it's not Carnegie Mellon because that was founded by Andrew Carnegie and Andrew Mellon in the late 1800s. So that's out the picture. Not sure when Washington Jefferson was founded. But being named for George Washington, I would assume, and Thomas Jefferson, which would put it later than, if I'm remembering right, when Pitt was founded. And
You would think.
What was the
Well,
other?
not necessarily.
Westminster.
Westminster just has that British sounding name to it, though. That may have been founded by the British at some point.
Need a final answer here.
You want to go with Westminster?
Sure.
Okay, we'll do that.
Okay, I'll give you a softball here. If you get this wrong, I'm gonna just leave. Until the middle of the 1970 season, the Pittsburgh Pirates called what stadium home? I'm not even going to give you
Forbes Field.
There you go. This Pennsylvania governor headed the National Commission on Marijuana and Drug Abuse. Who was it? Was it Milton Schaap, Richard Thornburg, William Scranton, or Raymond Schaefer?
My first guess when you first read the question would have been Dick Thornburg, because he became the attorney general and everything after that, which means he would have had a law enforcement background of some type. So I'm wanting to say Thornburg. What do you think?
I don't know any of those guys.
Okay.
At the commemoration to the Gettysburg National Cemetery, this speaker preceded Abraham Lincoln. Who was it? Was it
shit.
Edward Everett, Stephen Douglas, William Jennings Bryan, or Frederick Douglass?
Was it Frederick Douglass?
Maybe. I say because he was an abolitionist. I remember the only thing I remember about the guy that preceded Lincoln was he talked for fucking ever. I mean, like, remember correctly, it was a couple hours, and nobody remembers dick that he said or anything. I mean,
it wouldn't
Lincoln
have been
got
Frederick.
up there, talked for like 7, maybe 10 minutes.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been Frederick Douglass then, because people remembered what Frederick Douglass said. Give us the other two choices again, Gary.
Edward Everett, Stephen Douglas, or William Jennings Bryan?
William Jennings Bryan, maybe?
Okay.
How long is this quiz?
3 more questions.
Holy shit.
This U.S. president's brother once served as president of Penn State University. Whose brother was it? Dwight Eisenhower, Jimmy Carter, James Buchanan, or John Kennedy?
James Buchanan.
Yeah.
That ties into question 1. Nailed it. Fucking nailed it.
I don't think it was Jimmy Carter's brother. Punxsutawney
Phil, the 4-legged weather prognosticator, makes his annual appearance at what spot?
Punxsutawney.
Yeah, Punxsutawney, PA.
Well, more specific.
A tree stump?
Is it Gobbler's Knob, Turkey Top, Shadow Point, or Groundhog Summit?
Gobbler's Knob.
Gobbler's Knob. Okay. Actor Jimmy Stewart hails from this town. Which? Is it Washington, Indiana, York, or Reading?
Oh, Indiana. Johnstown's not an answer. It's Indiana.
I didn't know Jimmy Stewart was from PA.
Yep.
Okay, let's see how you did. Okay, correct on question 1 and 2. Question 3. At the Battle of Gettysburg, this Union officer noted that Little Round Top was not defended and took it upon himself to deploy troops there just in the nick of time. That officer was General George Meade. No, it's Colonel Strong Vincent was the correct answer. You chose George Meade.
Mm-hmm.
It was
I said Strong Vincent.
Yeah. In the U.S., the Oil City got its start in this western Pennsylvania community. You answered Oil City. The correct answer was Titusville.
Yeah, they're right next door to each other.
They are, and it's fucking dumb.
Okay, in the question,
depending on how you want to hear the stuff locally, it's said Oil City.
Yep. Oil City was named for the oil well that was there.
I almost wondered if we were going to fucking get that one wrong.
In question 6, 1905 saw the first factory of one of these companies open and the incorporation of a second. You answered Standard Oil and Alcoa. The correct answer was Hershey Foods and the H.J. Heinz Company.
Really?
Yes. Question 7. A long-standing urban legend states that Adolf Hitler modeled the German Autobahn after this highway. You answered the Lincoln Highway. The correct answer was the Pennsylvania Turnpike, which opened in 1940.
Oh, was it made in 1940?
So it wasn't incorporated as an interstate then until after Eisenhower. Interesting.
Ah,
Question 9. Penn State football coach Joe Paterno attended this Ivy League university. You answered Harvard. He actually attended Brown.
fuck Brown.
Okay. In 1901, Andrew Carnegie sold his Carnegie Steel Company to J.P. Morgan. What giant corporation did he own? You answered Alcoa Corporation. The correct answer was U.S. Steel. Okay. The
We all
oldest college west of the Allegheny Mountains in continuous operation. You answered Westminster College. The correct answer is Washington and Jefferson College.
Oh, really?
Yes.
When the hell did that open?
This Pennsylvania governor headed the National Commission on Marijuana and Drug Abuse. Who was it? You answered Richard Thornburg. The correct answer was Raymond Schaefer. 17. At the commemoration for the Gettysburg National Cemetery, this speaker preceded Abraham Lincoln. Who was it? You answered William Jennings Bryan. The correct answer was Edward Everett.
I was almost wondering if it was him, just because the name. I don't know something about that name.
This U.S. president's brother once served as a president of Penn State University. Whose brother was it? You said James Buchanan. The correct answer was Dwight Eisenhower.
So,
Question 19.
Oh.
Punxsutawney Phil, the four-legged weather prognosticator, made his annual appearance at what spot? You said Gobbler's Knob. That's correct. Okay. So you scored 10 points out of 20.
Yay. We know jack shit about our home state barbecue.
Yeah.
I still feel like we know more than the average bear.
And I still say J.P. Morgan owned a little bit of everything. So trying to nail that down to one company was kind of hard.
What did it say that he owned?
U.S. Steel.
Was it U.S. Steel?
Yeah.
I was going to say Bethlehem Steel, so.
And Alcoa was just a guess because he had his hands in a lot of stuff.
Alrighty, guys. I got to split out of here. It's been fun.
Alrighty.
It's going to take me a second because I can never figure out how to actually exit out of here. From mobile,
you gotta
at
go
least.
to the bathroom. That always works, right?
Right?
I gotta poop. Too bad I was going to give you a beer history quiz.
While we were doing the quiz, Agorizer and G-Webs both were right there in the
Yes,
chat.
they did.
Evening to you folks.
Good evening.
Good evening. Behold, the children of the night, what beautiful music they make. Name the movie, Gary.
I don't know. I don't watch movies, remember?
I'll give you a hint. The lead actor turned into a bat in the movie.
That could be lots of movies.
It's one of the Universal horror movies. From back in the 1930s.
Yeah, but there were so many. That was very popular genre in its time.
Yeah, but the guy was from Europe.
Sounds like Dracula to me.
Yeah, it's Dracula. With Bela Lugosi.
I am the Count, and I love to count things.
Wrong count. That was Count Numbula.
One stupid question.
Two stupid questions.
Now back to your host, Guy Smiley.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Watch out for Sherlock Hemlock while you're at it. Especially watch out for Super Grover. He can't land any better than an albatross.
Now, I heard this trivia question while watching an old episode of Relative Race last night. What was Cookie Monster's actual name?
Did he ever have one?
Yes.
Never heard it. I don't know.
His real name is Sid Monster.
Alrighty then.
And now you know the rest
of the
of
story.
the story. I didn't know that either till I was like, what? He had a name?
Yeah, everybody just called him Cookie Monster all the time. You know?
You know what the oldest active brewery in America is?
Off the top of
You
my head,
should.
no.
You
I should.
Mm-hmm.
It's not Pittsburgh Brewing, is it?
No.
Yingling?
D.G. Yingling & Son has been brewing beer at Pottsville, Pennsylvania since 1829, ranking it as America's oldest brewery. What brewery was America's largest in 1895?
I don't know.
The Pabst Brewing Company of Milwaukee was the nation's largest brewery in 1895. Anheuser-Busch was number 2, and Schlitz was number 3. What was the first American brewery to sell beer in cans?
Iron City, Pittsburgh Brewery?
In 1935, the G. Kruger Brewing Company of
Oh.
Newark, New Jersey
Never
became
heard
the
of it.
first brewer to market beer in steel cans.
Never heard of it.
In that year, only 25% of beer was packaged in bottles and cans. The rest was kegged. Today, however, 90% of America's beer production is consumed from bottles and cans.
Yeah, I'm not an
Oh,
expert
these are-
on beers by any sense of the imagination.
This is stupid. This one quiz I pulled up is so easy. It'd be hard to get anything wrong in here.
I don't know the way my brain's been acting tonight.
This brand is known as the King of Beers.
Anheuser-Busch.
What American brew is known as the champagne of bottled beers?
Miller?
This beer was once advertised as being from the land of sky blue waters.
I don't know. Coors?
No.
I don't know. Course, I don't
Hams.
know shit about beer.
Hams. This famous European brand uses a red star as part of its logo.
Heineken.
Yeah. This brand uses the slogan, "It's the water." Foss would know.
He's not here.
Olympia. This beer was named after American president's brother.
Billy Beer.
That's right. Now this one I'm not sure. This brewer once had an ad campaign that proclaimed that their beer was good for you. Bass, Newcastle, Smithwick's, or Guinness.
Damned if I know.
I'm gonna go with Smithwick's because I never heard of it. How about that? In the TV show Laverne and Shirley, where did the girls work?
At a beer company.
What was the name of it? G-Web's doing pretty good out there.
Uh-huh.
They worked at the Schatz Brewery.
Yeah.
This is the ingredient in beer that causes fermentation to take place. Is it yeast, hops, water, or
Yeast.
malted barley?
Yeast.
Yeah. What is the national beer of Jamaica?
Red Stripe? It's the only
Be my
Jamaican beer I
guess.
know of.
This product was touted as the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
Schlitz?
Yep. Which city hosts the outrageous festival of beer drinking known as Oktoberfest?
Hamburg?
It's in Munich. Pretty
Munich.
sure.
The Munich Beer Festival.
To whom did Anheuser-Busch send the first case of Budweiser beer produced after the repeal of Prohibition in 1933?
Al Capone.
Was it
No.
Strom Thurmond, Franklin D. Roosevelt, W.C. Fields, or Henry Ford?
Roosevelt? I don't know.
FDR, huh? I'm not sure.
I ain't either.
This brewery was owned by Fritz Maytag, scion of the famous washing machine family. Was it Sierra Nevada, Anchor, Boston Brewing, or Pearl Brewing Company?
Damned if I know.
I'm going to go with Anchor. Why not? This person is recognized by the Roman Catholic Church as a patron saint of brewers. Is it St. Blaise, St. Anthony of Padua, St. Christopher, or St. Arnulf of Metz?
I have no clue.
Let's go with St. Blaise because I've never heard of him. Sounds cool. Let's see how we did. Okay, question 1 correct, 2 correct, 3 correct, 4 correct, 5 correct, 6 correct, 7. This brewer once had an ad campaign that proclaimed that their beer was good for you. We said Smithwick's. The correct answer was Guinness. I did not know that. Okay. 8 correct, 9 correct, 10 correct, 11 correct, 12, 13, 14. Okay, this person is recognized by the Roman Catholic Church as a patron saint of brewers. The correct answer was St. Arnulf of Metz.
So you're saying we only got 2 wrong?
We only got 2 wrong. We did better on that than we did any of the other questions.
And I know jack shit about brewing and beer.
We did all right on that one. That proves whatever men think they know more about beer than they do anything. Hey, you realize you've been on the air over 4 hours?
What?
It's
Holy
11:30 here.
Yeah, I just looked at the time. We got so caught up in doing these quizzes, I wasn't paying attention to the time.
If we had enough people in here, we could do a beer bracket. But
Oh, God. I wouldn't know what to vote for on a beer bracket. I'm not a beer person.
what's the last beer you drank?
A Miller Lite,
Mm-hmm.
at least that I can remember anyway. It's been a while since I've had one. I've never been a beer person.
G Web says, "Did you say bracket?" I knew we'd get his attention there.
Uh-huh. Christ, it's been over a decade since I've had a beer. Unless you want to count Mike's Hard Lemonade as a beer, because it is a brewed malted beverage. By this extreme technical terminology of what a beer is, it would qualify.
Is Mike's Hard Lemonade beer. It is a flavored beer that's made with a fermented malt base, carbonation, and lemon flavoring. Oh, okay. According to at least one source, another source says, well, technically it's not, but so it's debated.
Yeah, they label it as a malt liquor, so a malt liquor is just a heavier type of beer.
Where is Mike's Hard Lemonade based?
I don't know. I'm not sure where it's made.
It is based in Levittown, Pennsylvania.
Hmm.
Owned by Badlands Beverage Brands.
That stuff's good. If you haven't had one,
I have. It's been a long time.
the black cherry is really good. Especially if you like cherry soda, it tastes just like a black cherry soda. Which I may have killed one of those very quickly on your show one time.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
It's better than drinking that seltzer crap.
Uh-huh.
Oh, God, that stuff.
Hobie was like, you pounded that thing. I was like, dude, you start drinking it and you can't stop. It's just, it's like the Lay's potato chips of malt beverages. It doesn't have like a beer aftertaste to it or anything either. It's really good stuff.
Yeah, carbonation just makes a drink a little harder to chug down usually.
Bro, this is smooth. Mike's is smooth. It's crazy how smooth it is with being carbonated. This cat doesn't shut the hell up.
Meow.
What are you meowing about?
Feed me, Dad. Should not have starved cats. It's cruel and unusual punishment.
I guarantee they probably have food out there. He's just walking around meowing his damn full head off.
But it's not the food he wants. George does the same thing to me. He'll stand over by his food dish and look at me like, I want food. And I'll look and it's like, what's wrong with the food that's in the dish? Well, that's been there a while. I want new food.
Shit, their food bowl doesn't stay full long enough for that to be the case.
I tried fooling him by putting my hand down there like I was dropping food in. Doesn't work.
Mm-hmm. Dump it back into the food container and then scoop out food.
What's funny is I give him some of those temptation cat treats.
Mm-hmm.
And if he accidentally knocks one on the floor or if I accidentally miss his bowl and it hits the floor, he will not eat it unless it is in his dish.
He won't eat a cat treat unless it's in his food bowl?
Unless it's in his food bowl. Absolutely will not. He's always been that way and I don't understand that.
I don't get it either.
Now I can pick it up and put it in his bowl and he'll eat it. It could be right beside it, like 2 inches away or he won't eat it.
Do you think I'm uncivilized, sir? Put it in the dish.
It's the darndest thing I ever saw. I used to have a cat that liked to munch popcorn. Dogs love popcorn.
Mm-hmm.
I had this dog once. I could take a whole handful of popcorn and just fling it. to where it'd just go all over the place on the carpet.
Mhm.
And 10 seconds later, the dog would be back. He would go get all of them and eat them.
Yeah.
And quickly.
Hmm. Amy's puppy, Shadow, you give her a piece of orange, she will lay there on the floor, suck all the juice out, walk over to where I have my little garbage can here by my computer, and put it in the little garbage can after she's got all the juice out of it. She won't eat it, she just sucks the juice out of it.
You ever have a cat, if their food's been sitting in their bowl too long, pick up a piece of paper and put over the top of it? George does that.
Can't say I've seen that either.
Yeah. That's George's way of telling you, I'm not going to eat this. You might as well throw it out.
Hmm.
Oh, that's another thing he's been famous about. If something's nasty, he'd just cover it up with paper. I don't know how he does it, but he does it.
I've had cats and a dog that would cover up a mess on the floor. Like if they spilled something or whatever, they would go get paper towels and cover whatever it is they spilt on the floor. I guess they've seen people do that and think, oh, this is what the people do. That happens. Came down the one time and they had knocked a cheap coffee cup off the counter where my wife had left it overnight, and they, I guess, used their paws and put all the broken cup into a pile. Cats will learn to do certain things by observation, and once they learn how to do it, they want to keep doing it. It's the worst part. They know if they hit the one wire, our phone beeps. So they keep going and hitting that wire.
George has figured out the easiest way to wake me up is to get next to me with his whiskers, right where the edge of his whiskers will touch my nose. Because he knows that drives me nuts.
Well, the puppy will just jump right on my chest. Be like, look up, and there's a puppy looking at me. It's like, get off of me, you stupid dog.
If I wake up and I got a cat's whisker going up my nostril, that usually irritates me pretty quick. I say, damn it, George! Of course, by that time he runs in the other room.
Yeah, for such a small little dog, she's got tiny little paws, and they're just the right size where she puts all her weight on it. It just puts pressure in one small little spot, and it hurts like a son of a bitch. Get off of me, you stupid dog. It hurts.
And George still likes to jump in my bathtub. I've got the shower curtain. It's usually about halfway across, and he'll get in there and then get back behind the curtain where he thinks I can't find him, and he'll hide. He acts astounded when I look around the corner and find him. It's like, there's no way you could find me, dude. I'm hidden back here. It's like there's something about when you're sitting on a toilet and you hear a cat purring. It's like, okay, George, the gig's up.
Yeah. We got cats that like to hide in the bathroom. And then we got or two that think that the bath mat, it makes a good cat bed. Go in the bathroom in the middle of the night, and not only are you dodging whatever's else is on the floor, but you're also dodging two cats that are laying on the bath mat in front of the bathtub.
Well, when George was a kitten, or when he was younger, his favorite thing to do was run down the hall as fast as he could and then take a left into the kitchen. And, where he's sliding on the floor. Occasionally I'd see his food dish with, clear on the other side of the room with food everywhere. And it's like, all right, quit playing Turbo Cat in here. He done wiped out and knocked your food dish.
When the puppy, whenever certain people come in the front door, she starts doing laps between the living room and dining room. We got the two doorways, old school style, and she just runs around there, around the love seat, and just keeps doing laps. It's like, what are you doing, dog? I've never seen a dog do laps because somebody came in the house before. But she's going full tilt too, and the cats are afraid to be near her when she's doing it. She's bigger than all but one of them.
I used to have this cat that would hide around the corner as you was coming down the hallway and would stick a paw out and try to grab you as you walked by.
Mm-hmm. Well, one of the cats, if I walk down the stairs without petting him, he will stick his hand through the railing and tap me on the shoulder really violently, like, "Hey, you forgot something." He doesn't put his claws out. He just taps me forcefully with his paw.
And when George, he wasn't quite a young kitten, but he was still growing. So probably about 6 months to a year. When I'd get up and go into the kitchen, he would hide on the other side of the couch and then he'd jump up and just basically dead center me right in the middle of the belly
That's what the puppy does to me.
with claws extended and stuff. Like, I'm going to tackle you. I'm like, God dang it, cat.
Mm-hmm.
It was a game. Let's scare the human. Wah!
When a dog does it, that's an instant trip where you have to go to the bathroom. Like, she puts all her weight like on your bladder region and stuff and intestines and everything. And next thing you know, you got to go to the bathroom. She just knocks it right out of you. She puts all her weight, like you were saying, George does, right on your midsection. It's like, damn it, dog. And she does it while wagging her tail.
Anytime I get up to go get anything out, like if I'm watching TV and I get up to go get something out of the kitchen, George will go in and check his treat dish, and if it's empty, he'll just stand there and it's like, okay, you come in the kitchen. It's you got to feed the cat. That's part of the rules.
Mm-hmm.
Usually, when he's asleep in the other room, he won't. Although there has been times where he's heard me go in the kitchen, he'll run all the way in there. Oh yeah, I'm hungry.
Mm-hmm. I guarantee you, when I go to get up off the couch and go to bed, one of the cats, at some point between now and when Amy gets up, will have turned on the back mat, the massage function, and the heat function on it. Guarantee you, they do it every night. Goes back to what I was saying before. When a cat learns how to do something, they will keep doing it. I think I know which one of them it is, too, because he's the one that's always caught laying on it.
Thank goodness George hasn't done any of that. Or flipped a light switch or anything, although there's switches he could get to easily enough.
Well, I'm glad the one cat finally got it out of their system. They figured out how to eject and put the discs back into the PlayStation 4. So they sat there for a half hour, 45 minutes one night, just ejecting disc, push discs back in, eject disc, push disc back in. It's like, damn it, cat, stop it. Lucky for the cat, I wasn't trying to play a game or something. But it does get annoying because every time you eject and then push the disc back in, it turns the PlayStation 4 on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was about to say that. That's the way they work.
So if you're in the middle of watching a movie or something and the cat decides they want to play with the PlayStation.
Another thing George will do, if you're watching TV and you set the remote on the arm of your chair, you can about guarantee at one point or another he's going to land directly on that remote.
Mm,
He's turned the TV off on me more than once doing that crap, or change channel, or
well, the one cat we used to have, she would change the channels intentionally. She would push the up and down arrows until she found something she wanted to watch. Usually it'd be like one of the sports channels or something where there was a lot of stuff going on the screen, and she would just sit there watching it.
well, if the cat wants to get on the Roku and stream things, I guess he can. I don't care. I don't have a cat channel on there, but they do have them, believe it or not.
Oh yeah, I know they do. There would be like aquariums and stuff. Our TV that we have up in the bedroom has an aquarium built into it as a like an old screensaver thing,
Mm-hmm.
and it's called cat setting. It's built into the TV, so if you go out somewhere, you put it on that setting, and it just shows an aquarium for your cats to watch.
Now, when he was a kitten, I can remember he wasn't very old. The year in 2014 when the Royals made the playoffs, and I was watching baseball games. He'd get up on the coffee table right in front of the TV, and I swear he was sitting there watching baseball.
It's quite possible.
Probably because
Cat,
balls were going back and forth
right,
across the screen, and
right. If
it's like,
it's something colorful and it catches their eye, cats will sit and
this
watch it.
looks like a fun game. Can I play?
The one cat loves to watch cartoons because of how colorful they are. Because cats see color more like we do than dogs do. So the bright colors catch the cat's eye, and the everything moving around and everything just fascinates them. Also plays into the cat's natural curiosity. Cats are very curious, shall we say, animals.
And if you make anything that's got tuna in it, if you're smart, you'll rinse the can out before you throw it in the trash, or cats will dig it out.
Cats will dig in it. That ain't the cat that I gotta worry about. It's the dog. Dale Pogue's out there in the YouTube chat.
Oh, hi, Dale. See, we've got other insomniacs out there.
Mm-hmm. I was
I
not
keep
planning.
I keep weird hours, so
I was not planning on going 5 hours tonight.
I was supposed to go see Sandhills tomorrow, but that got put off until Tuesday. So
What's going on with him anyway?
his wife has got chemo treatments at the
Oh man, the cancer's back again.
yes,
Oh damn.
lymphoma. It's been, I guess, what did he tell me? He said there's 3 years the first time, now it's 4 years. It's been reoccurring, so
Shit.
he said hopefully after this time maybe he won't have to do it no more. But I guess it takes a few weeks for all this rounds of chemo. So
Mm-hmm.
they got a hotel room up there, and they posted something on their Facebook page, and I
Yeah.
sent him a message saying, "Hey, if you want somebody to come and visit you," because he said it's about a 5-hour drive from where he lives
Mm-hmm.
to there. I said, if you want somebody to visit, just to come up and spend time, I said I'll be glad to come up and take you out to eat and visit with you. So
I just went for the record. I wasn't laughing about what Gary was saying because That's pretty sad what's going on with them. I was laughing at what G-Web said. You're just in time for the bracket. I never said there's a bracket.
You'd almost think that G-Webs likes brackets.
You would think that, right? If I knew enough people were going to show up next week, I could schedule one for an end, but I'd have to come up with a topic, and I don't know what. What do you want, pup? Oh, speaking of this little monster. Let's see if my camera turns on. Oh, would help if I had my camera on that.
Yeah, it's not on.
Yeah. Here's the little monster I was telling
There's a puppy.
you.
That
She's a
puppy
little
is growing a lot.
Yeah, she's a little monster. Yeah, I'm a little monster.
Yeah, that used to be a little tiny puppy.
Yeah, she was real small. Hold on a minute.
Hmm.
Amy's neck's bugging her.
Let's see what's she doing up this late.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she's having trouble getting to sleep.
It's because you're not in there to cuddle her.
Up out of sleep. What are you talking about?
You're not sleeping for long periods.
I can't.
I know. Doctor gave her some kind of pain medicine, but it doesn't seem like it's working.
I've gotten to where anymore, if I can sleep 4 or 5 hours at a stretch, that's about it.
It's not pain medicine. It's something for nerve pain.
Well, her to think it's a pinched nerve, and it just
It was doing good when I had the steroids.
yeah. She said when they had her on the steroid treatment, it was helping, but they don't got her on the steroid treatment right now, and it's not doing very good.
Sorry to hear that.
She ends up with a pain all the way down her right arm.
Can she take anything over the counter?
Tylenol. She can't take any NSAIDs or anything like that. She's
Tylenol
allergic
is
to
an
them.
NSAID.
No, Tylenol's not in the NSAID category. NSAIDs are like aspirin, naproxen, ibuprofen. Tylenol's categorized as something else.
Well, okay. I take a leave personally.
Yeah, she can't take it. That's naproxen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
It
barbecue's
lasts a
back.
little longer than some of the others do.
I prefer ibuprofen myself.
Depending on what I got going on, I'll do a rotation of Tylenol and ibuprofen.
Yeah.
But I have no idea how you guys are talking about. I came in and heard something about Aleve and naproxen and ibuprofen. So
Amy messed her neck up, and the only
Pain
thing she
relief.
can take
Yeah.
is Tylenol, basically.
I've got a shoulder that's sore when I lay on it. So yeah, I take pain relievers at night to go to sleep. It just makes it a little easier for me to stay asleep.
Yeah. Her doctor's assuming right now that she has a pinched nerve due to a disc issue in her neck. I think it's
Had
between
that.
the C3.
There's
and
always
C4.
bourbon. You could try bourbon.
That wouldn't mix too well with her other medication.
Probably not.
Yeah, you can still try.
Can't try what you don't have.
You should always have bourbon in the house, some sort. At least whiskey.
Shit, if we had Jack and Coke, I'd make her one of those and tell her to drink it because she likes those. But we don't got any Jack or Coke, so it doesn't work.
I can say you could always buy some, but probably not at 1 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, no. Well, technically there is Sheets, but it's not within walking distance. And I don't know if the local 7-Eleven's open yet still or not anyway. I know the one 7-Eleven isn't because it's also a liquor store, so they have to close by a certain time.
I don't think DoorDash will bring you liquor. They might.
It's worth a try.
Never hurts to ask.
We
Pick
do
them with a
have
shot.
rum. We have rum somewhere.
Yeah.
It's the only thing we got, man. The only reason why we would even have a thing of Jack or anything, I think we got some brandy.
Yeah.
Oh, we have Jack still? Okay. We just don't have the Coke.
I used to Jack in my barbecue the other day. For cooking.
You got water. Or you just drink it straight.
Got tea. You put Jack in tea.
Put it in a shot glass and down that bad boy.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any.
That's what we used to do when we was young, except we didn't carry a shot glass with us. We just approximated it. Just drink it right out of the bottle.
Yeah.
Yep.
Just pass the bottle around.
Yeah, we didn't have no glasses. Who carries glasses?
Yeah. I actually
There's
knew
no way
somebody
you're going
that
to get
did.
germs out of sharing a bottle of booze because alcohol is going to kill the germs.
Mm-hmm. There was one kid that had one of those collapsible, like military style drinking cups from back in the day that he carried in his pocket in case he ever needed a cup for something.
Wow.
His dad was what back in the day they called a survivalist. Now they would call a prepper. So,
I've gotten to where I've collected enough different ones. Like we got a shot glass from Thunder on the Prairie last year, and I've had another one or two that I've gotten at like SHOT Show and stuff like that. Yeah, Dale says Coke's bad for you anyway. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, heroin, way better.
now you gotta get the fentanyl, man.
Female superhero, right?
Well, my dad always says if you got sick after drinking or if you had a hangover, it wasn't because of the booze, it's because of what you mixed it with. So I've never heard anybody say Jack and Pepsi. Is that just not a thing? Does it have to be Coke?
I've had Jack and Pepsi before. I couldn't tell the difference.
Of course, if you're Southern, it's all the same thing anyway.
Yeah.
Jack or Dr. Pepper's pretty good.
Done Southern Comfort with Pepsi before too.
I prefer to drink my whiskey straight.
No, I wasn't the one making the drinks. So.
Like back when I would go back to or go over to my buddy's house, he'd be like, "Want something to drink?" I was like, "What do you got?" Yeah, I don't know why I'd always ask what he had because it was always the same answer. It was always that Coke, Diet Coke, a couple other, lame ass sodas. He's like, I got Jack in the freezer. I was like, I'll go for some Jack. He's like, you know where the glasses are? All right. So now, if it's my own bottle or something, I'll just grab the bottle and drink out of the bottle. I mean, granted, it's my best friend. Like if I did that, he'd just laugh. But not gonna be a total dick. But I would go and get in his cupboard and grab a pint mason jar, and I would just fill that. And like the first time I did it, I walked into his living room with a pint mason jar just filled with Jack, and he's like, "You mix that with anything?" I was like, "Fuck no." He's like, "Holy shit." Which later on, I ended up measuring it out. Pint mason jar is equal to about 7 shots, and I just drank it. And he's like, "I'd be fucking obliterated." I was like, "You would be," like, because you're a puss. I was like, "I'm fine."
I'd be asleep. Night, night.
But yeah, friggin', especially Jack that's been in the freezer. Oh, it's so good.
I always keep my booze in the freezer. I still have some meat in the refrigerator. I forgot about that.
Nice.
Not much, but there's probably a glass in there, glass or two.
Something else that's good is scotch with a splash of apple juice in it. If you haven't tried that, that was pretty good when I did that.
Scotch and soda with a twist of lemon or a twist of lime, either one's pretty good. Or if you want to change up the gin and tonic, do a scotch and tonic.
The smokiness of the scotch, just with that little bit of apple flavor, is really good.
I was a gin and tonic guy for a long time. You don't hardly hear anybody talk about it anymore. Of course, that was back in the 80s, too. That was a long time ago. Night, Dale.
Right,
See you,
Dale.
Dale.
We done ran off or only your unless G Webs is still out there.
But Christ, man, we've
It's
been going.
after midnight here.
Yeah, this show's been going for 5 hours.
You trying to set a record or what?
Oh no, we ain't nowhere near it.
I'm gonna say I know you've done at least 7. If you do 7, I'm not gonna be here at the end of it.
If it goes 7, I wouldn't be here for the end of it. I think it's probably about time to start wrapping this up, honestly.
Yeah, G Webs is still out there.
Look at that.
He's
Yeah,
still waiting on your bracket.
Yeah, he's waiting for a bracket. Nobody mentioned a bracket except Gary one time.
Why do you think I keep popping in here?
Because you're bored on that Sunday
No,
night.
I've been waiting for a bracket.
There is no bracket.
Pass the test with flying colors. We got 50% on each of them, which by today's standards is passing.
Oh, you missed the beer one.
Yeah.
Me and Gizzard only got 2 wrong.
Yeah, we did great on the beer challenge.
Nice.
Burf.
I don't know how many questions it was, but yeah, we only missed 2.
But I was thinking about it on that Pennsylvania one that we did. That was a 20-question thing about Pennsylvania. Like, and we still got 50% on it. I thinking about that. That's pretty freaking good.
Especially for not studying Pennsylvania history for 30 years.
Yeah. And like, I really fucked up that one about president's brother that was the dean or whatever at Penn State, because I was like, oh, Buchanan. We'll see, that ties into the first one. Like, well, just because Buchanan's from PA doesn't necessarily mean his fucking brother was the fucking dean at Penn State at any point, dumbass. Like, any fucking president's brother could have been the fucking dean at Penn State.
Yeah, only Pennsylvanians can be the dean at Penn State.
Yeah, right? Like, after we got it wrong, I was like, I'm a fucking idiot.
Well, let me.
Hey, I'm the one that went along with your logic, so.
Here, you guys can help me with this. I'm going to do a history of Kansas quiz here. See how well I do.
Oh boy, are we supposed to?
Although I don't think we would have guessed Eisenhower on that either. So.
No.
This Spanish explorer was considered the first European to have traveled Kansas. A. Christopher Columbus. No, Columbus was never here. Ferdinand Magellan or Francisco de Coronado.
Coronado.
I'm going to go with Coronado.
Yeah, Coronado would be my guess.
Kansas got this nickname just before the Civil War. Pretty sure that's Bleeding Kansas.
I was going to say Wayward Son.
Jayhawk State.
Which city is one of the nation's leading aircraft manufacturing centers, ranking first in production of private aircraft? That'd be Wichita. That's the home of Beechcraft. The name Kansas is a Sioux name. What does it mean? It means people of the South Wind. I could tell you that much.
Then what's Arkansas mean? People with ARs?
Which of the following people are from Kansas? A. Betty Ford, B. Barack Obama, C. George Washington Carver, or D. None of the above? I'm guessing none of the above on that one.
Be my guess.
The Cottonwood.
I'm going to say Betty Ford just for shits and giggles, but you guys go with yours because you outnumber me.
The Cottonwood became the state tree in 1837, 1937, or 2007. Well, Kansas wasn't even a state in 1837, so I'm going to guess 1937.
Let me go 2007. But you got home field advantage, so you go with your answer.
In 1822, the blank brought hundreds and hundreds of wagons through Kansas. The Underground Railroad, the slave trade, or the Santa Fe Trail? I'm going to go with Santa Fe Trail there.
Yep.
So you can still see it. There's still historical markers. You can still see the wagon ruts. The Kansas Commemorative Quarter features what two things? Buffalo and sunflower, corn and sun, wheat and farmer. It's A, buffalo and sunflower. Choose the nickname that the state of Kansas has had. Sunflower State, Wheat State, Central State, all the above. I'm going to go with all the above. And in 1954, Kansas became a battleground of the blank movement. Slavery, civil rights, or voting? That'd be the civil rights, because that'd be the Brown versus Board of Education. Let's see how I did. All 10. Hell yeah.
How come we had to do 20 and Gary only gets 10?
Right?
All 10, bitches.
Look at that.
I aced my state.
I kind of felt like Betty Ford might have been an answer just because I was like, that's just such, a random one to fucking throw out there.
No.
And I went with 2007 just because it's like 1937. I felt like was definitely the right answer, but I was like, just because, to be different, as like, some states just adopt shit randomly today because they're like, we need to fucking, do something because we're bored. And I was like, I could see them being like, we need a state tree in 2007.
Well, I knew Obama wasn't from Kansas, but I'm pretty sure his mother was born in Wichita.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
Hawaiian, according to his birth certificate. Funny, he doesn't look Polynesian.
Commentary about the state of Canada.
I watched the WWE pay-per-view that was in Toronto last night, Elimination Chamber, and
Holy shit. First off, go ahead, Rich. I'm sorry.
I was going to say the Canadians were booing our national anthem, so fuck them.
Well, I mean,
we need to bomb
Canadians. But, like, when it got down to Cena and Punk, I'm like,
Uh-huh.
I'm thinking to myself, okay, how's this go? Like, you have Punk go and face Cody, but then if they do that, do they have Cody, give his soul to The Rock and do all that bullshit? Which I'm like, why the fuck do you turn Cody heel? He's the fucking hottest babyface on the fucking planet right now. Like, I don't see the fucking point in that. Other than The Rock's just fucking with shit. And I was like, then Punk gets his main event like he wants, and everybody's happy and blah blah blah. But and then Cody still doesn't have to lose the belt. But I was like, there'd be no reason to turn him heel except for that traditional babyface versus heel match.
Mm-hmm.
But then, I was like, if it's Cena, I was like, because there's that narrative, like, they really want him to get that 17th title. But I was like, if he goes to face Cody, like, what the fuck is gained by having Cody lose? Like, where the fuck's that go? And, like, who the fuck really wants to see that?
Mm-hmm.
And then they fucking go and swerve everybody and do the thing that's been talked about for 20 fucking years and turned them heel.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's like, okay, I want to fucking see it. Fuckers.
I still couldn't care less.
No, I'm interested in it now. Friggin', I like, did you catch it? Where in the background you could kind of hear Michael Cole say, Cena, what's the matter with you? Millions of kids look up to you. And you could hear Cena say back to him, not anymore.
Michael Cole freaking lost his shit. He was swearing on commentary.
Oh, yeah. But that line from that you just hear from Cena, which I don't know if it was actually supposed to be picked up or not, but where he says not anymore, I was like, oh, that's so good.
Personally, I thought it was a screw up to have Punk and Cena as the last two anyway.
You say a screw up?
Yeah, I thought for sure with Logan Paul's entry, with him with the flag and everything, he was going to be the one to win this year.
Oh, yeah. Well, see, I didn't get to see the entrances, all that. I turned it on about halfway through. What the hell was I doing? That was... I was messing with the photo printer because I've got a shit ton of photos to print off by Saturday. Then there's a couple other things I was doing. So like I had it on in the background, but I wasn't getting to watch it. So by the time I turned it on, it was down to Paul, Rollins, Cena, and Punk.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, when they were making...
Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, when they were making their entrances, Logan Paul comes out and the crowd's cheering him at first. He ducks back in behind this, the entrance. He comes back out with a U.S. flag, waving it. and they started booing the hell out of him.
Friggin'.
Then they had him drawing messages to the crowd with a Sharpie on the cell that he was locked in.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I thought for sure he was going to win.
Oh, I didn't think he ever had a chance to win.
I
Same with
didn't
Damian
until then.
Priest. Like, friggin'. Like, and I love how they made Punk lose, because that sets up Rollins and Punk for Mania. I felt like it was done very well. Then, because when Cena won, I was like, all right, whatever, great. But the heel turn, that's what, okay, like, I could get on board with this. The only thing is, like, how much is he going to be around to really, roll with this heel turn?
Not much. He's on.
That's the thing.
Yeah, it's his last year. He's retiring at the beginning of next year, he said.
Yeah, what? SummerSlam or something? Is it going to be like his last match?
No, he's got 10 months. So
oh, is it?
That'll be beginning of January. That's when he's retiring.
Gotcha.
I think Royal
Rumble. Yeah. But then, so what? He beats Cody, and then The Rock swerves him at SummerSlam, and then it's set up for Cody and The Rock, because that's the only way I see this whole thing really being set up for.
Oh, remember, they keep calling The Rock the final boss, too.
Oh, yeah. But because I think the end goal here is Cody and The Rock next year.
Mm-hmm. Which, frankly, I'm tired of him, too.
Yeah, I'm like, I did. Yeah.
Anyway,
his promos aren't even good anymore. His promos are just dog shit.
Yeah, and I prefer Cody as a heel anyway. So
I think
some of his best works as a heel, especially during his time in New Japan and whatnot.
Oh, yeah. To say, whenever they let him make that switch, it's going to be friggin' brilliant. The thing is, like right now, again, he's so hot. I don't see how they make that switch. I mean, it's a cash cow at the moment, Well, like if sales start to falter, things like that, then yeah, it's easy to go, okay, it's time. But until then,
yeah, Gary might have a new quiz for us by now. Yeah, we might be boring our one or two guests that are still out there.
You're like, are they talking about men touching other men? What the fuck? What kind of show is this?
I don't know.
Oh, is there a wrestling quiz?
There are, because we've done them on the wrestling show before.
That'd be pretty sweet.
But you didn't see the women's Elimination Chamber match then, did you?
I saw, not even joking, like 30 seconds of it.
Oh, man.
That was it.
At the opening of it, it was going to start out Naomi versus, I forget who. I think it was the younger chick from NXT. And
Was Rhea Ripley in it?
no,
Damn it. I'm sorry. Rhea Ripley's so fucking good.
but anyway, Naomi and what's her face were in the ring. They hadn't closed the cell yet. Making her return comes the chick that was Bianca Belair's tag partner,
Okay.
and gets in the ring and just starts beating the holy shit out of Naomi. I think we know where they're going with as her attacker.
Yeah.
And they eliminated Naomi from the match before the match even started.
Nice.
So instead of being 6, it was 5.
Even better.
I think the women's Money in the Bank match was actually better than the men's, by the way.
I'll have to go back and watch it.
There was a lot more action, I thought. A lot
Okay, you
less-
guys ready for your quiz?
Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Mr. Perfect wrestled at the 1990 and 1991 editions of SummerSlam. What did his 2 matches have in common?
Bret Hart?
He lost the Intercontinental Belt. B, he wrestled in the second match of the night.
Ooh.
C, he was the Intercontinental Champion going into the match. Or D, all of these.
All of them? I'm going to say D.
I'm trying to think. 'Cause I'm very familiar with SummerSlam 91. I'm just trying to remember if
Well, if
him
he
and Bret
lost the
Hart
belt,
were-
he was obvious the champion going into the match. That would stand to reason. So.
And that was when he pretty much owned the Intercontinental title for a while there.
Okay, we'll go with all of these then.
Yeah, why not?
Number 2, who eliminated the most people at the 2001 Royal Rumble?
Kane.
Stone Cold Steve Austin, Kurt Angle, Triple H, or Kane?
Kane.
Yeah, probably Kane.
Okay, which event did Vader make his WWE debut? Royal Rumble 1995, 1996, 97, or 98?
Oh, shit.
Was it 95?
It's 95 or 96.
I'm wanting to say 95. It would have been when Shawn Michaels was holding the world title and was using Diesel as a shield to stop him, to stop Vader. If it were 96, Michaels wouldn't have had Diesel with him because he had already jumped to WCW.
Yeah.
Okay. Question 4. Who did Stone Cold Steve Austin wrestle at the 1998 edition of Over the Edge? Was it Mankind, Cactus Jack, Mick Foley, or Dude Love?
All
Mankind.
the above. They're all Mick Foley.
Technically, yeah. But in 98, it would have been Mankind.
It could have been Dude Love.
Oh, well, shit. Well, here's the thing. It's Over the Edge, and Mick Foley would randomly come out as one of his alter egos.
Mm-hmm.
But at that time, Mankind was so friggin' big. Like, I don't think he would have come back out as Cactus Jack or Dude Love at that time.
Yeah, but you got to remember, he was also supposed to have been mental at that point too.
Because he got thrown off the cell in March, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you want a hint?
Okay.
Okay, it's not Mick Foley. There's one hint left.
Well, they're technically all Mick Foley because it's all the same guy.
It's not Mankind. It's not Mick Foley. How about that?
Oh, fuck.
So it's either Cactus Jack or Dude Love.
Honestly, that made it harder.
Yeah.
I wanted to say Dude Love.
I'm going to have to go with Dude Love now.
Okay, let's go back to the previous question because when I hit hint on it, it kicked out 95 and 98. So
Oh, then it had to
Vader
be 96.
debut in
Yeah,
96
96.
and 97. Okay. Or I can get another hint, but let's see. Let's go on to true or false. Kurt Angle made Rey Mysterio tap out at the 22nd WrestleMania.
WrestleMania 22.
Damned if I remember.
Let's say false.
False. Okay.
Let's say I don't think he wrestled Rey Mysterio at WrestleMania 22.
Number 6. Who did The Rock beat to win his first WWE title? I'm not talking about the Intercontinental title. And it would be Stone Cold Steve Austin, Mankind, Bret Hart, or Triple H. And there is a hint available if you want it.
Yeah, give the hint on that one.
I want to say Triple H, but I'm interested in the hint.
Okay, it's not Triple H. It's not Stone Cold Steve Austin.
What the fuck?
Um,
So it's Bret Hart or who else?
Mankind.
oh man,
Oh, was it Mankind?
him and
No.
Mankind did have a feud. Remember the empty
I
arena
know.
match?
Yeah, but I can't imagine that being his first title, was it?
It might have been. Or,
If anything, I thought Mankind won his first title off of him.
I don't remember who Mankind won his first title off of. Yeah.
Let's say
So it's Bret Hart or Mankind. Mankind didn't hold the belt for long, so it's entirely
No.
possible that
I don't really remember any matches with
Bret Hart.
Bret and The Rock. So we'll have to go with Mankind.
Yeah.
Okay, question 7. Who did The Rock wrestle? Who did The Rock wrestle in the main event at the 1999 edition of WrestleMania? Was it Stone Cold Steve Austin, Triple H, Mankind, or Undertaker? And there is a hint available.
I'm thinking it was Stone Cold, but
I was thinking Stone Cold too, but hint.
Yeah, give us the hint. Just
Yeah, it says you've used up all the hints you can add. So
fuck them.
Yeah, well, we both think it was Stone Cold, so I guess we'll go with Stone Cold.
Okay. Number 8. Undertaker wrestled Yokozuna at the 1994 Royal Rumble. This was a casket match. Undertaker wrestled in another casket match at the 1998 Royal Rumble. Who did he wrestle?
Kane.
Was it Yokozuna again? Was it Shawn Michaels, Mabel, or Triple H?
Okay, well, this would have been before Kane made his debut.
What, in 98?
Yeah. I think Kane came out in at SummerSlam or something.
Kicked out again. Did you hear that last one at all?
What one?
The last question I just answered.
Well, we're debating it.
So, no, it wasn't Mabel.
No.
I didn't know how much of it you heard before it kicked me out. So.
The Undertaker didn't like wrestling Mabel because he was a big fat fuck that hurt people. He actually got him put into his stable because of it, so they didn't have to wrestle him. So we've got Triple H, and who are the other two aside from Mabel?
Shawn Michaels or Yokozuna a second time.
Well, Yokozuna was done wrestling by that.
Yeah, he was long gone by that point.
I'm good.
Michaels had lost his smile by then. It's got to be Triple H.
Was Michaels even we talking 98?
Yeah.
Yeah. Michaels may not even have been able to wrestle at that point.
That's what I'm saying. He had lost his smile and gone home.
Well, not that. He hurt his back.
Oh, yeah. The lost his smile thing was his knee, wasn't it?
Uh-huh.
Yep. But yeah, because in 98, his back and all that shit was...
Mm-hmm. So maybe it was Triple H. Watch, it'll be Michael since we went and analyzed this all and said
Question 9. Who won the 1993 King of the Ring? Was it Owen Hart,
I'm gonna say Owen Hart. That's the
Hart,
first thing that came to my
Mabel,
head.
Edge, or Bret Hart?
No, it was Owen Hart. That popped right into my head as soon as you said 93 King of the Ring.
Okay, last
Right,
question.
Rich?
I don't remember the 93 King of the Ring, so
That well, we're going with that then, because I mean, as soon as you said it, that's what popped into my head.
Last question. Who did Shawn Michaels beat to win his first Intercontinental title? Was it British Bulldog, Tito Santana, Marty Jannetty, or Bret Hart?
Bret Hart.
Bret Hart.
Okay, you ready to see how you did?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Wait a minute. There we go. Okay. Question 1 you got correct. 2 was correct. 3 was correct. 4 was correct. 5 was incorrect. Okay. The question: Kurt Angle made Rey Mysterio tap out at the
Oh,
second WrestleMania.
damn it.
The correct answer was true.
I wasn't sure.
The referee did not see Ray tap out, so it didn't count. Ray would pin
Oh.
Randy Orton in that match to win the world title. Okay, question
Well, then it should have
6.
fucking count.
Yeah,
6
it
was
shouldn't
correct.
count.
7 was
Yeah.
correct. 8
We were
was
right.
wrong.
Fuck that.
Okay, the wrestler that Undertaker wrestled at the 1998 Royal Rumble was Shawn Michaels.
I knew it.
This was the match that featured Shawn Michaels back. Undertaker backdropped Shawn on the casket.
I almost fucking wondered that too, if that was
Yeah, I
what
know.
had caused the back
What
injury.
did I say? What did I
I
say?
almost fucking said that before we sent it on its way.
Yeah,
But I
after
thought
we
he was
did,
done
and after,
before that.
Yeah, and after we
God
sent
damn
it
it.
away, I was like, "Watch, it'll be it'll be Shawn Michaels because."
Well, I vaguely remember something about, where I was thinking, like, maybe it was the casket match that he hurt the back in, but I thought, no, I think it was something with the ladder. No, it was a fucking, God damn it.
I couldn't remember if it was their Hell in a Cell match or the the casket match where he hurt his back.
Okay, question 9. Who won the 1993 King of the Ring? You said Owen Hart. The correct answer was Bret Hart.
What? Fuck these people.
Oh, that was the one where Bret wins?
Bret Hart
on to
defeated
face
Razor
Yokozuna.
Raymond, Mr. Perfect, and late Bam Bam Bigelow. Jerry Lawler would attack Bret after the match, saying he was the only king in wrestling.
Yeah.
No, I'm curious what year Owen Hart won King of the Ring. Watch, it was like 96 or something, probably.
Number 10, who did Shawn Michaels beat to win his first Intercontinental title? You said Bret Hart. The correct answer was British Bulldog.
Oh, okay. Was that after Bulldog had finally beat Bret Hart?
This happened on an episode of Saturday Night's Main Event. Bulldog attempted a superplex and Shawn reversed it to a pinning move. Shawn would defend the belt against wrestlers such as Tatanka, Mr. Perfect, and Crush. So, you got 6 out of 10 correct on that. Not bad.
That was a pretty good quiz.
Mm-hmm.
Although I will argue we got 7 out of 10 because if Kurt Angle didn't actually win the match for making Rey Mysterio tap out, then he didn't make him tap out.
Yeah.
He made a tap, but he did not tap out because the ref never
Exactly.
thought.
Yeah, they got us on a technicality there. That question the answer was wrong. Anyway.
Like, even in episodes after that, like when they would talk about it, I guarantee you Kurt Angle would have been like, I made you tap. He would not have been, I made you tap out.
Mm-hmm. Well, we're at 5.5 hours. G-Web's a little bit ago said Bob is live. Wow.
Bob.
Yeah.
As in
Biker
Mr. Bob? Or Biker Bob?
Biker Bob.
Nice. He does that randomly.
Wow.
I don't know how they allow that in Canada.
Yeah, I know, right?
God, that's a 60 question quiz. I don't want to do 60.
Holy hell. We would definitely make it 6 hours on that. I don't know why we're doing a marathon right now, but or a telethon, I should say. Not raising any money for anybody.
Oh, that's too hard. This is the Geek Bunker. So these are weird questions here. Which Harry Potter character has a lightning bolt scar? Harry, Hermione, Neville, or Ron?
Harry.
Which planet in our solar system is the largest?
Jupiter.
Neptune, Earth, Jupiter, or Mercury?
Jupiter.
Jupiter.
By the way, if
By
we
far.
did that 60 question one, I was just going to tell Gary to go ACDC for every answer and see how many we got right.
Which Pokemon has the biggest type advantage against Geodude?
I have no idea. I don't do.
Charizard.
don't know.
Moltres, Ditto, Pikachu, or Squirtle?
I know nothing about Pokemon.
Go with I don't fucking know.
gotta
You
pick
you
one.
used to collect them, Gary. You pick.
I'm going with Pikachu. What the hell? Okay, what happened?
You broke it.
Why did it quit?
Uh-oh. Gary broke it.
Well,
He got insulted because we said we didn't know shit about Pokemon.
average score 35, maybe. You got 13%. Oh, that's it?
It's not fair.
Yeah, I ain't doing U.S. presidents. God, you got to name them all? Yeah, that'd be fun.
I used to know all of them.
Let's try this again. See. And see. Why does it stop after 3? Because you got some bad? Maybe. Let's see. C is correct. It'll only allow you to do 3, huh? Oh, wrong answers will end the quiz. What? Well, that's stupid. I don't like that side at all. That's just stupid.
Yeah, that's dumb. You don't get the answer anymore because you were wrong.
Yeah. Rich and I were doing great. Then Gary's like, Pikachu! Wrong.
I know, right?
Okay, geek trivia. Okay, let's just say. Come on. Play now. I don't want to answer 101 questions. Which digital currency is Satoshi Nakamoto credited with inventing? Bitcoin, Monopoly Money, Litecoin, or Ethereum? Satoshi Nakamoto.
I don't know. I don't follow the crypto.
Sounds like you invented Nintendo.
Anybody out there follow crypto? I sure as hell don't.
Just pick one.
Tom Brady does.
Tom Brady's a dick. And since Tom Brady's a dick and dick begins with D, we'll go with D. If there was a D.
Rich wants the D.
The actual answer was Bitcoin, by the way. What 2013 science fiction blockbuster starred Sandra Bullock and George Clooney? Was it Interstellar, The Notebook, Gravity, or Oblivion?
Gravity?
Interstellar.
Well, which one? You
I
gotta
don't know.
spell it out.
I don't know.
I'm just
Or-
guessing. Trying to remember
Yeah.
the movie ads because I haven't seen any of those.
I've seen that movie. I still can't remember. I'm going with Gravity. It was Gravity. Okay.
Good.
Got one right. Which iOS app was the most downloaded in 2022? Was it TikTok, WhatsApp, Calculator, or Instagram?
TikTok?
That'd probably be, well, that or WhatsApp. I'm not sure. Let's go with TikTok. It was TikTok. Okay. What former planet was demoted to a dwarf planet
Pluto.
in 2006?
Pluto, yeah.
Okay.
And Trump said he was going to make it a planet again.
Yeah, it deserves to be a planet again. The largest volcano ever discovered in our solar system is located on which planet?
Olympus Mons on Mars.
Mars?
That's
Yep.
what he said.
Olympus Mons. Yeah. What is the name of the world's largest and most powerful particle accelerator? Is it the Small Electron Collider, the Large Hadron Collider, the Death Star, or the Superconducting Super Collider?
Death Star's funny, but I don't know if that's the right answer.
Large Hadron Collider.
Large Hadron Collider. That's correct. Near Geneva, Switzerland. Okay. In our solar system, which two planets rotate clockwise? Is it Neptune and Pluto, Venus and Uranus, Earth and Mars, Jupiter and Saturn?
Whichever one had Neptune.
That's incorrect. It's Venus
What?
and Uranus.
Yeah, Venus
Oh,
is
is it
trying to get Uranus.
I knew it was Neptune or Uranus. Well, shoot me.
Bruce Willis played a convict turned time traveler in what 1995 movie? Is it Die Hard with a Vengeance, The Fifth Element, The Lion King, or 12 Monkeys?
I'm going to say 12 Monkeys.
It was 12 Monkeys, yes. Orson
I've not
Welles
seen 12
provided the
Monkeys.
voice for which Transformer in the Transformers the movie released in 1986?
Who did what now?
Orson Welles provided the voice for which Transformer in Transformers the movie released in 1986? Was it Unicron, Megatron, Galvatron, or
Unicron.
Optimus Prime?
It was Unicron.
That's correct. Each of a classic's Rubik's Cube 6 faces is covered by how many stickers?
12? 9. 12.
Each face.
Each
Yeah.
face.
6. You got 3 rows and 3 columns. So
That'd be 9 then.
9, yeah.
I couldn't remember if it was. Oh, yeah, because then it would be 12 or 16. I'm a dumbass. Or 9 or 16, excuse me.
It is 9.
And 16 is way too many.
What is the unit of length that is approximately 3.26 light years?
Say what now?
What is the unit of length that is approximately 3.26 light years? Is it a parsec, an astronomical unit, a kilometer, or a light year?
Parsec.
Was parsec ever defined in Star Wars?
Yes.
It is a parsec.
Nailed it.
Star Trek The Next Generation originally aired in what year?
1987.
That's correct. Torchwood is an anagram and spin-off of what popular British sci-fi series?
Doctor No. Or Doctor Who.
That's correct.
Doctor No is a James Bond film.
The inventor Nikola Tesla was born on July 10th, 1856 in what modern-day country? Is it Croatia, Slovenia, Serbia, or Narnia?
I don't think it's Narnia. Unless he came out of a wardrobe. Yeah, I don't know.
Croatia? I'm not sure.
It is Croatia. Yeah.
Yes, I was right. It was not Narnia.
What is the name of the American animated sci-fi sitcom about the misadventures of a mad scientist and his grandson?
Rick and Morty.
That's correct. In the movie The Terminator, what is the name of the company that created Skynet?
Cyberdyne.
That's correct. What is the secret identity of the fictional superhero Batman? Jesus.
Bruce Wayne.
Bruce, Dr. Wayne.
I just happen to be wearing a Batman shirt right now.
Wow. The
It doesn't say
Punisher.
Bruce Wayne.
The Punisher is a fictional character appearing in comic books published by which company?
Marvel.
Correct.
I had some of his shirts too.
What does HTTP stand for in a website address?
I used to know this.
Is it Hyperlink Transfer Protocol, Hypertext
Hookers,
Transfer
Karen, tactical
Protocol,
pussy.
Hypertext Transmission Protocol, or Happy Time Tea Party?
Yeah, we'll go with D because it sounds funny, but that ain't the right answer. So don't do that. None of those ring a bell. I used to know what it meant.
I feel like Gary should know this.
Yes, I think Gary should know this. What is it, Gary, Mr. IT person? You're allowed to answer too.
I guessed wrong. It is Hypertext Transfer Protocol.
I should have went with my gut on that one. Oh,
You guys
We
didn't
let him
pick, so I
answer two
had to
questions,
pick.
and he's 0 for 2.
What is the name of the first electronic general purpose computer? Is it EDVAC, ENIAC, UNIVAC, or HAL 9000?
wasn't UNIVAC a character on the Jetsons?
No.
You don't remember the walking robot that was always trying to get George in trouble? I think his name was UNIVAC. Anyway, what were the answers again?
EDVAC,
HAL 9000.
EDVAC, ENIAC, UNIVAC, or HAL 9000?
I can't let you do that, Dave.
So far, you're 84% correct, by the way. So
You want to go with UNIVAC?
Hey, this is all you, Rich. Computers are your thing. When the fucking space questions come up, I'll answer those. Even though I fucked up the one about Uranus.
Computer history isn't my
my
strong.
guess is ENIAC.
It's got to be one of those AC ones because they always
I'm going
name
with
the
my
other
guess
one.
because you guys can't decide. I'm
Yeah.
correct. Yay.
Okay.
He finally redeemed himself.
Yeah.
What
I swear
Harvard-
UNIVAC was a Jetsons character.
What Harvard dropout co-founded Microsoft? Was it Bill Gates, Albert Einstein, Paul Allen, or Steve Jobs?
Well, Paul Allen and Steve Jobs founded Apple. Einstein was dead by that point, so it's got to be Bill Gates.
Which is correct. Okay, what is the name given to an ancient analog computer that was discovered by divers off a Greek island in 1900?
Oh,
What?
I know this one. Give me the options, please.
Is it astrolabe, Pythagorean theorem, Game Boy, or Antikythera mechanism?
All right, this is not what I was thinking it was.
Well, it's not Game Boy. We know that.
Yeah.
It's not Pythagorean theorem because that's a mathematical term.
Yeah.
Yep. I think it's the last one. But this is not what I was thinking it was.
Okay, and that is correct.
Sweet.
1 kilobyte is equal to how many bytes?
1,000.
Is it 1023, 1024, 1, or 1000? You say 1000?
Well, kilo is the metric uh, definition of 1,000. So
I'm pretty sure you're wrong here, but
I'm
I
guessing
guess,
based on kilo being 1,000. You know, like
I
a
guess it's
kilogram, a
1024.
kilometer.
Actually, I'm going to overrule you on this one.
Okay.
So sue me if I'm wrong. Yep, I was correct. It's 1024.
Yeah, I
Okay.
figured it's probably gonna be more than 1,000, but I was trying to math it out, and you like interrupted. So.
Okay. 1024 gigabytes is equal to 1 watt.
Terabyte.
Terabyte. That's correct. Boy, we're up to 88% correct. All right. In 1975, an engineer created the first electronic camera while working for what company? Is it Sony, McDonald's, Kodak, or Canon?
Well, it's not
Pretty sure
McDonald's,
McDonald's.
unless it was a prize and a Happy Meal.
I guess it'd be Sony.
Yeah, my guess would be Sony, probably.
Okay. And that's incorrect. It is Kodak. Okay.
Kodak would have been my second choice.
Mario Kart is a video game series published by which company?
Nintendo.
Correct. Made up predominantly of young men, adult fans of the animated television series My Little Pony are known as what?
Bronies.
Also correct. What is the most abundant element in the Earth's atmosphere?
Nitrogen.
Pretty sure it's nitrogen.
It is nitrogen. SNES is the acronym for what popular gaming console released in the early 1990s?
SNES, Super Nintendo Entertainment System.
Correct. What is the smallest unit of measurement in computer memory? Is a kilometer, a bit, a byte, or a nibble?
Byte. And G-Webs was answering Clover Tech to one of the questions. I don't know which one.
Nope, bit.
Bit.
Yeah, I was gonna say I thought it was bit.
Yeah. I always get the two mixed up.
In what year was the first computer mouse invented? Was it
I don't know.
1965, 1963, 1975, or 1800?
I don't know, but I know it was a block of wood with a single button on it. And yes, I mean a button, an actual button. That you pushed. What year? I think it was in the 60s. I can't remember if it was 63 or 65. I'll say 63. What do you think, Barbecue?
We'll go with that.
Correct. Who is known as the father of artificial intelligence? Is it
Elon Musk.
Marvin Minsky, John McCarthy, Albert Einstein, or Alan Turing? The father of artificial intelligence.
I don't know.
I don't have a clue.
I don't
No
know.
idea.
Which is your favorite name?
What were the names again?
Marvin Minsky, John McCarthy, Albert Einstein, or Alan Turing?
G-Web says John McCarthy. We can go with his answer.
That is correct. He probably looked it up.
Good job, G-Webs. You're doing
What
better
is the
than
name
Gary.
of the AI voice assistant developed by Apple? Jesus Christ.
Siri?
Boom. Who is the creator of the Linux operating system? Is it Bill Gates, Linus Torvalds, Andrew S. Tannenbaum, or Richard Stallman?
I don't know. I have no idea. I know nothing about Linux, except for it's a pain in the ass to work with.
I'm going to go with the Linus guy. What the hell? That's correct. Yay! We already did that one.
What one?
What the acronym HTTP stands for. I remember the answer too. Good. Okay.
Gary
What was
got
the
one
first
right.
ever video game called?
First ever
What?
video game?
Yes.
Oh, Christ.
Was it called Pong, Space War, Tennis for Two, or Super Mario Brothers?
Technically, it's not Pong, but everybody credits Pong, so I don't know if we should answer Pong.
I never heard of Space War or Tennis for Two. Let's go with Pong. Nope. Tennis for Two.
Mm-hmm.
Developed in 1958. Wow.
It was a Pong-like game. It didn't do much.
What is the most common programming language used today? Is it Ruby, JavaScript, Klingon, or Python?
Python's used a lot. Yeah, it's not Klingon, unless they're
Pretty
near
sure it's not.
unless they're near Uranus, Trace, and Venus. But
You want to go with Python?
yeah, go with Python.
Nope, it's JavaScript.
JavaScript. JavaScript still used that much? Damn.
What does the acronym GUI stand for?
Graphics User Interface.
Is it Graphical User Interface,
Yes.
Giant Underwater Iguana, Graphical User Interaction, or General User Interface?
It's Graphic User Interface. Graphical.
That's correct.
Yeah. The second one would be Godzilla.
Who co-founded Apple Incorporated alongside Steve Jobs?
Steve Allen.
He's not on the list.
Oh. Well, who else
Is
on the
it
list?
Ronald
Wozniak?
Wayne? Ron Wayne? Wow.
Was
Jonathan-
Wozniak on the list?
Jonathan Ive, Bill Gates, or Steve Wozniak?
Wozniak.
What is the name of the famous robotic telescope that orbits the Earth?
Well, it used to be the Hubble.
Did it change its name?
No, they're shutting it down, and there's a new one going up, if it hasn't already.
Well, they put the James Webb Space Telescope up, but I mean, it's way the frick out there.
That's one of the selections. James Webb Space Telescope, R2-D2, Kepler Space Telescope, or Hubble Space Telescope.
I don't know what R2's visual range is to be calling him a telescope.
And
I honestly don't know if Hubble's still active, is it?
I don't
no,
know.
it is.
I know it's due to be shut down.
Well, the Hubble is certainly famous. I'm not sure the other one's famous.
Yeah.
What,
G-Web
James
says
Webb?
Hubble.
No, it's James Webb is ridiculously famous at this point.
Okay, let's go with barbecue then.
What did
And he's
Barbecue
wrong.
say?
It's Hubble. Okay.
I don't know if Barbecue gave a definitive answer, though.
Well, I was just saying, like, the James Webb Space Telescope is ridiculously famous.
What's the name of the first ever search engine? Is it Archie, Google, Lycos, or Veronica?
I got a feeling somebody's an Archie Comics fan here in these quizzes.
I'm going to say Google's definitely not it.
No. Lycos?
Lycos. Yep, it's Archie, believe it or not.
Archie?
I swear to God, I thought it was Archie.
When they said Veronica's last one, I'm thinking, okay, what, they put two joke answers in this one?
Who is the creator of the World Wide Web?
Oh, Al Gore. We all know this.
Is it Tony Stark, Vint Cerf, Bill Gates, or Tim Berners-Lee?
Hold on. An AEW wrestler made the World Wide Web?
Who?
Tony Stark.
No, that's Tony Storm.
Same loser.
No, one's a comic book guy, and the other one is a female wrestler. What the hell were the answers again? Tony Stark.
Vint Cerf, Bill Gates, Tim Berners-Lee.
I know it's a scientist guy working for NASA. Yeah. G-Web says Berners-Lee. That's what I was leaning towards too. So I guess
That's
we'll go with that
correct.
one.
What does the acronym RAM stand for in computer terms?
Rapid access memory.
That's not even one of the available.
Really?
What is it?
What do they got available then? Random access memory?
Read access memory,
Read.
random access memory, really awesome machines, or readily available memory.
We'll go with the random access memory.
That is correct.
Yes.
What is the
Also
most widely used database management system in the world? Is it Microsoft Excel, Oracle Database, MySQL, or PostgreSQL? Most widely used database management system in the world.
I'm not a computer programmer. I have no clue.
Pretty sure it's not Excel.
No, Excel's a data sheet program.
Oracle would be my guess. But
GUF says access me. Was that even an option?
no.
Didn't think so. He says MySQL. Yeah, that might be it. I know a lot of games.
That is correct.
That. Yeah.
Okay. Who is known as the mother of computer programming?
The one that's not the father.
Is it Grace Hopper, Charles Babbage, Ada Lovelace, or Mother Goose?
I don't think it's Ada Lovelace. Gary may have watched some of her movies at one point, but it's not her.
That's Linda.
Ava Lovelace is also the code name for NVIDIA's 4000 series video card. Yes, I know it's Linda. I was trying to be funny, but I got pun. Oh, man. If NVIDIA is naming a part after it, I'll go with that. G-Webs is going with that as well. Ada Lovelace.
What the heck? Hold on a minute. Here, share my screen with you.
Huh? Now I gotta go up there and hit present. And
you can actually see. You said, who'd you say?
Ada Lovelace.
That's correct.
Woohoo!
Okay. What is the name of the programming language specifically designed for statistical computing and graphics?
I know Python's used in video games.
SAS, Python, HTML, or R?
R, that's what a pirate says.
R.
Barbecue still there?
Yep.
Okay.
Never heard of her.
I'm thinking Python possibly. Yeah, I know that's used in video.
Nope, it is R. Wow. Okay, 4 more. We'll get to 50. Okay, what does the acronym VPN stand for? Virtual private node, very powerful nachos, virtual private network, or virtual public network?
Virtual private network. I got
That'd be my guess too. And that's correct. Okay. Okay, 3 more. Who is the founder of Tesla, SpaceX, Neuralink, and the Boring Company?
that would be Elon Musk.
Correct. Okay, what is the name of the particle accelerator that is located in Switzerland? We already had this one, I believe. Yeah. Who invented the first computer mouse? I
That
believe
was
we had this one a second ago. I'm pretty sure it
yeah.
was Engelbart.
Yeah, but I was gonna say Mickey Mouse just to be funny.
Okay, so
Him and Minnie got
350.
together and they made Computer Mouse.
350 questions. We got 80% correct. I think for a geek trivia quiz, that's pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
So we are at 80% level, folks.
Woohoo!
And with that, I think I'm going to tap out.
Yeah, we're at 6 hours and 1 minute.
In the freaking morning.
We've done a quarter of a day, folks.
It's 6 hours, yeah. If you guys want to stay up and do it, go ahead. But I'm
No, I'm getting ready to wrap this up.
okay.
You want anything you guys want to say before we get out of here, Gary?
Let's see. I got a show tomorrow night, Foul Territory, 9 p.m. Central on our new night, Monday night. Actually, that's tonight, not tomorrow night. Yeah, so there's that. Let's see. For my channel members, if you watch this, which if you're one of the few, the proud, the viewers of this thing, I got a knife I'm giving away on Wednesday. I don't even know what it is, but if you're a channel member, you'll find out at Wednesday at 8:30 p.m. Central Time. Otherwise, thanks for having me.
Sorry, G-Webs, there was no prize up for grabs. Not this time. And I think he's the one viewer that's still out there, so yeah. All the viewers currently would be your channel members.
That's fair.
Right. You barbecue, you anything you want to say before we get out of here?
I got nothing.
You can make up something like you're not wearing pants.
That's always a fact with him. You know,
Hang out with your wang out.
He's always running around porky pigging.
He's probably not wearing anything.
That's a possibility too.
He's probably outside.
Yeah, giving the neighbors nightmares.
Like a polar bear.
He's on the porch.
A nightmare on whatever street he lives. G-Web.
Helicopter.
G-Web says have a great week. Well, we're off to a banger start already, so.
Yep, you got a taste of Florida right up there in Pennsylvania with guns and barbecue.
That's right.
You don't have to go to Florida. You can stay right here.
Yeah.
So what do you got going on, Rich?
Oh, I got going on. I gotta edit some videos. So
good stuff or the same stuff you always put out?
No, I gotta do a facts video actually for
facts.
Yeah.
People still use faxes anymore?
FAQ, fact.
That's FAQ, isn't it?
Yeah, whatever it is. I don't know if anybody ever came up with a way to actually pronounce that abbreviation. But anyway, I gotta do one of those videos that I recorded with. What?
What the fuck?
Yeah. Anyway, I gotta put one of those videos out for shit. What the hell's the name of the company? Future Forged, on how they do the measurements for their custom pistol grips for their AR-15s and AKs.
Custom. That's not very nice.
Custom as in special order, not in telling them to go fuck themselves or some such. Yeah, we got talking this year. I mean, hadn't even set up to actually do a video. Just went over to talk and say hi because Tuck got a video with them last year, and we got talking. And he's like, "Yeah, everybody's always asking us." I was like, "We could do a video on that." He was like, "What?" He's like, "Yeah, I can do a video, put that on my channel, and you can copy it over to your fact page and show them exactly how you do it." And he's like, "Oh yeah, we could do that. That'd be cool."
Cool.
So I gotta get that. That's gonna be the first video I have to get uploaded for that reason. And I got some other videos from the Great American Outdoor Show, and I still got to do a belt and a holster video. Let alone edit them. I haven't even filmed them yet. So
Oh, and don't forget, Slim Jim is a candy bar. A
Yes.
hot dog is a sandwich.
and you never know what you're going to get on this show.
And your right to keep and bear arms should not, shall not, and by golly will not be infringed.
And don't fuck your cousin.
Unless you're in Alabama.
Unless she's pretty.
So if you're in Alabama and you have a pretty cousin, have at it.
The views and opinions endorsed by Gizzard Gary and Rich White are the views and opinions of Rich White and Gizzard Gary.
And the law in Alabama.
In Alabama.
At one point, it was legal in Alabama to marry your sibling, so keep that in mind.
In Birmingham, they love the governor.
And we all did what we could do.
Watergate doesn't bother me.
Does your conscience bother you? Tell the truth. Sweet home Alabama. Anyway, on that little serenade of Sweet Home Alabama by...
I heard Mr. Young sing about her.
I heard Mr. Young old Neil put her down.
Well, I hope
right.
Neil Young will remember.
Southern man don't need him around anyhow.
That's right.
Yeah, I think we know Sweet Home Alabama here, folks. By Leonard Skinner, that I was totally tongue twisted over a minute ago. But anyway, have a good night, folks. We will hopefully see you tomorrow night on Gizzard Gary's show. At what time, Gary?
9 p.m. Central Time Zone, the only time zone that matters.
So it'll be 10 p.m. and everybody that's in the right time, stance, not in the past or the future.
Hashtag bullshit.
Hashtag more population.
Yeah, a lot of them are inbred, though. I mean, Florida's in that time zone. Don't forget.
Florida's in both time zones.
Huh?
Florida's in both time zones.
What both time zones?
Florida's in the Eastern and Central.
Bullshit.
Panhandle. That's why.
Bullshit.
Yep. Nope. The Panhandle of Florida is in the Central Time Zone. That's why they have two different poll closing times.
Gary, you better not question Wikipedia. How dare you?
Now, the majority of Florida is in the Eastern, but it does go into the Central as well.
It's bullshit.
Careful, Gary. You're going to get smited by the almighty smiter.
Wow, parts of 2 counties. That don't even count.
Hey.
That ain't Florida.
That's where most of the Florida man lives. What are you talking about, Jerry? If you look at all the crazy Florida Man stuff, a lot of times it comes out of the Panhandle. That's part of the redneck Riviera right there.
At the Florida Keys, there's a place called Kokomo. That's
Yeah,
where
but-
we ought to go to get away from it all.
Yes, but that's not where the Beach Boys were singing about, because where they were singing about doesn't exist. There's also a Kokomo in Indiana. I don't think that's the right one either.
There's also a Gary, Indiana, but it has nothing to do with me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but if you analyze the Beach Boys song, somehow Aruba, Jamaica, Bahamas, and Bermuda are all in the same area, but they're kind of spread out a bit.
In the Florida Keys, yeah.
Yeah. Whoever wrote, whichever member of the Beach Boys wrote that song really was not good at geography.
Was actually, let's see, it was written by John Phillips, Scott McKenzie, Mike Love, and Terry Melcher.
So somebody needs to buy those guys a map or an atlas. Either will work. Specifically with those areas in it. Of course, Mike Love's a dick anyway.
I didn't realize John Phillips had anything to do with that. Pretty interesting.
Mamas and Papas were known to assist others in writing songs, so I can believe it.
All the leaves are brown and the sky is gray.
Yeah. Who recorded it first, the Beach Boys or the Mamas and the Papas? I don't know.
Recorded what?
The song you were just singing.
Kokomo? Or
No, California Dreamin'.
Oh, well, that was Mamas and Papas.
Yeah, but they both did it.
You know who else recorded it? That you probably don't realize?
Who?
Meatloaf.
Meatloaf performed it?
Mm-hmm. Hang Cool Teddy Bear album.
Huh.
And his version is very good. Should look it up sometime.
Interesting.
Yes.
Well, we were supposed to close this out like 13 minutes ago. We're still going. Yay! It's
Oh,
the
see,
show that
We got tied up in song lyrics, man.
It's the show that never ends. It just goes on and on, my friends.
Oh.
I've been alive forever, and I wrote the very first song.
Okay, we
You
gotta
wrote
get out
Barbie
of here.
Girl?
I don't know, but we need to get out of here because Gary's getting delirious, folks. So we'll catch y'all next week. Later.
See ya!
Long live Manilow.